Redditors who have been clinically dead. What did you experience in death, if anything? My wife and I discussed this at length 4 years ago. She died twice in 3 months, needing full resuscitation both times. Both were lengthy rescues. One resuscitation was off and on for nearly 40 minutes. I asked her later, when she had recovered, if she remembered anything at all during the time she was clinically dead. She remembered nothing. Blackness. No light. No relatives and former pets waiting for her. Just black. Thankfully, also no pain. She finally passed 18 months ago, and I hope she felt no pain or worry the final time. Edit to at, it started with 2 spontaneous brain bleeds. Technically, it started with her having lupus. The first brain bleed, lead to her passing, but they did a craniotomy, revived her, then a rebleed point. The trauma from all that caused her lupus to set fire, which lead to complete kidney failure and another cardiac arrest, passing and recovery, which lead to 2 strokes. She recovered enough to be home and mostly independent, but having to go to dialysis 3 times a week for 3 years. She passed the final test to get on the kidney transplant list on Wednesday and had a massive cardiac/respiratory event at dialysis on Friday where she passed again, but was kept alive on life support. I waited a week hoping for recovery, but we disconnected life support per her wishes, a topic we had talked about many times. When I was 15 I was scheduled to do a tilt table test. They lean you up at an angle on a table, because I was consistently experiencing dizziness and fainting spells. After about 20 minutes the doctor tilted the table back, and I could feel myself passing out. I got severe tunnel vision, and lost like 95% of my eyesight, like looking through a straw, and then I blacked out. I remember hearing the doctor call the code and my father cussing at the doctor, that he killed me. I remember hearing a lot of slamming and banging around, which I assumed was the crashed cart and nurses shoving into this small testing room. I felt a pressure on my chest, like when you have someone stand on your back to crack it, which I found out later was the nurses doing CPR. I saw an array of vivid colors kind of dancing around, forming objects in the dark. The scariest thing was how peaceful it felt, just pure 100% peace. No panic, no pain, no sadness, nothing, just bliss. I coded for just under 2 minutes, and as soon as I came to and opened my eyes, I felt seriously angry and hostile. I started ripping off whatever I could get my hands on and yelling at the doctor to get me off the table. Editing for spelling and forgetting to mention my heart stopped because I had an undiagnosed heart problem, Wolf Parkinson White, that caused my heart to more or less misfire. Edit numero 2. This blew up way more than I thought. I'm trying to respond to every comment I can. Feel free to PM me if you have any more questions or want more insight. Edit Treefiddy. I think I caught up with all the comments, so I just wanted to say thanks to everyone that responded. Not really a big poster on Reddit, so this was amazing for me to be able to talk so many people that have dealt with and are still dealing with WPW or were curious about my story. Shoot me a PM if you have any more questions. I was electrocuted by about 13,800 volts. The doctors say it's likely the first hit stopped my heart and the second one started it. Before I was pulled like a lifeless corpse to safety, I remember experiencing the darkest dark and the most silent silence. I ceased to care that I was dying. Time seemed to change. It could have been hours, it seemed. It was only about 30 seconds. I felt as though I was floating and floated toward something that I eventually realized was my body and reality. Upon joining with whatever it was I was floating towards, I became self-aware in my body and heard the electricity making horrible noises and knew I was in danger from there. It was a horribly painful experience where I lost most of my toes due to tissue death and had severe electrical burns on all 4 limbs. More surgeries than I care to count, and seeing the round bone ends of my toes that were freshly amputated still haunts me a little. Edit. Thank you everyone for helping me understand something that happened over 12 years ago. I was in the hospital for about a month inpatient, and then for 10 months, daily as an outpatient. Basically sent me home for my mental sanity, but needed daily attention. I got addicted to painkillers, had to learn to walk again, and had to see a pain management therapist. It was horrible at times, but eventually the pain began to subside. I went back to school and became an engineer, and I don't think I'd be where I'm without this thing happening. Really strange to think that I'm in some way grateful now. Also, I can't watch horror anymore. Hollywood actually does a very realistic job. Edit. Thank you, kind stranger, for the gold. I'm going to spend the day figuring out what that means. My girlfriend is anaphylactic, and it is triggered by a chemical called salicylate, found in pretty much every food. When she was in high school, she had her first big reaction, and the school nurses refused to administer her EpiPen, adrenaline shot, until the ambulance got there. Now obviously, having an anaphylactic reaction doesn't give you a lot of waiting time, so by the time the ambulance got to her school, she was in pretty bad shape and barely conscious. The paramedics immediately administered one of her EpiPens, called the nurses faking T. Watts, and loaded her into the ambulance as her mother arrived. She continued to fade, so they gave her a direct injection of adrenaline this time. Still nothing. They give her a second direct injection of adrenaline, and this time it hits her about 30 seconds later all at once, and her heart fails. She stops breathing, no pulse, nothing. Dead to the world. For about 2 minutes and 46 seconds she was clinically dead. And the scariest thing is, she saw nothing. She tells me that when you are losing consciousness you can't tell the difference between waves of drowsiness and when your body actually shuts down. All she saw was the darkness of her eyelids, and it felt like going into an extremely calm sleep where she couldn't hear or feel anything, and she didn't mind it. All despite the fact her mother and the paramedics were screaming at her to keep her eyes open and the ambulance was flying towards the hospital. She miraculously just came back to life almost 3 minutes later as they were giving her chest compressions, and the cardiologist that assessed her later stated that all the adrenaline in her body was enough to not only stop her heart, but to also restart it with the little help from the paramedic pumping it around. But still to this day, she can't differentiate falling asleep after a long day and dying. I was 6 to 7 years old, and one day I got rushed to the hospital by my parents because they heard me breathing really loud and hard. The last thing I remembered were faces of the doctors and nurses above me while I was lying on my back. Then I flatlined. The weirdest unexplainable thing happened then and there. I suddenly could see the whole scene as a spectator, like I was a floating spirit in that room. I could see myself getting revived, saw my mom crying, and my dad comforting her. Then, I saw a white entity shaped like my body, falling through the ceiling and slowly, like a leaf on the wind, falling down to eventually land inside my body. That's when that experience ended. I was put in a medically induced coma, and I woke up after some days. I don't remember. I had stuff plugged into me, and red glowing elastic ring on my finger, etc. Anyway, I later mentioned to the doctors that I saw it all. I saw them using the defibrillators, my parents, etc. No one really believed me and told me that I was probably dreaming and biasing my memories due to watching TV, but I know what I saw. Edit. Okay, so this blew up, and after reading some comments I need to clear some confusion. I don't really recall what was the exact cause of my hospitalization, but I know that it started with an asthma attack, alongside with a heart failure. My memories from that time are a mess, and I spent a lot of time in hospitals, and I've taken heart meds and steroids till I was in my mid-teens. Wish I knew/remembered more, but I never really had it explained to me. I just went along with the doctors, my parents and medicines. As for the defibrillators part some of you mentioned, I'm really confused right now. I could have sworn that I saw them preparing the defibrillators just after they did CPR on me for some time. Maybe they use them after I got my pulse back. Sorry if it all sounds like a mess. Maybe I was actually just hallucinating like some of you imply. Edit 2. I just recalled one thing. I remember that while I was in the spectator mode I saw a nurse handing a paper to my mom for her to sign. I later asked her what did she sign that night, and she was like, how do you know I signed anything? You were unconscious. It turned out it was some insurance stuff. Also, I have a heart defect since birth. I don't know the exact name, but it has to do with something in my heart not opening/closing properly, which caused me insane stabbing pains in heart area once in a while. They are gone now, so I'm off meds. I was on loads of morphine, so it's still really hazy, and the fact it happened almost 6 years ago doesn't help the memory, but I'll try to recollect, as accurately I can, what happened and what I experienced. I had appendicitis and my foster parents at the time didn't take me to the hospital until almost 3 days after it had burst. I should been dead well before they took me. Even the doctors called it a miracle. Well, I died while waiting for surgery. I had to wait for a pediatric surgeon to come in because no one else felt comfortable performing the surgery on a case this bad with a child this size. Dumbers took me to the adult hospital, not the pediatrics, which was 40 minutes away. I was 14, 5 feet 3, and weighed 75 pounds soaking wet. So while I was waiting for the surgeon, I was in a room with me, the doctor, my 2 foster parents, and my grandmother, who is an RN. Like I said, I was really drugged up and couldn't really focus on much and couldn't really do anything. The monitor I was hooked up to would beep really loudly from time to time, and the intervals between beeps started to decrease rapidly. Turns out I wasn't breathing. I was conscious for the most part. I just kept forgetting to breathe. Doctors had to keep nudging me so I wouldn't sleep. I just remember being pissed at this loud beeping that kept me from enjoying a nice slumber. The doctor had to step out for a second, and my grandmother assured him she could look after me for a second. Unfortunately for her, she was out of her mind with rage at my foster parents. She didn't hold anything back. My grandma is a sweet Mormon Newton without a rude bone in her body. Well, I heard quite a few fuck yous, pieces of shit, etc. My point is, she didn't notice I had passed out until the monitor signaled I had flatlined. This is the bit where I died, and is by far the most vivid part of the experience. I remember being capable of thought, but no thoughts were in my head. I can only describe it as being conscious of my spirit, but without a body for my thoughts to be processed in. I just kind of existed without feeling, thinking, or being anything. I was floating. Honestly, at the time it was a great feeling. I don't remember any visions of people, family, places, or anything like that. But I felt something wrap around me and comfort me. Without talking, I was assured I was okay, that there was nothing to be worried about, and at that point my thoughts returned. I knew at that moment, without knowing how long I'd be able to keep thinking, that I had to go back. I didn't want to, but knowing that the last thing I'd see before I left mortal life was these 2 pieces of human trash who had abused me, neglected me, and treated me like a stain that they didn't want to bother trying to clean up, that did it. I wanted to get back to my body, fix my faking life, so I could go back and live with my biological parents and feel loved again. In that moment, that's all I cared about. And then I sort of willed myself back. Doctors had tried to resuscitate me but had failed. Everyone was shocked when I opened my eyes, and seeing the tears in my grandma's eyes after thinking she'd lost me, that did it. I fixed my life. I reinvented myself and threw out all my anger, depression, rage, and everything else that put me in Brent and Karen's home. Honestly, the only anger I felt, the burning hatred kind that makes you want to do anything possible to release it, in the last 5-ish years, since I moved from their home, is when I think about them and how they are still fostering youth in custody and probably pulling the same shit with those kids. I live about an hour away from where they are now, and I have to restrain myself from driving up there, kidnapping those kids, and taking them to the authorities with an explanation of why. The only reason I haven't done that is because I've tried telling the authorities what kind of people they are. I guess the words of a juvenile fuck up don't stack up against the lies from people who have practiced this shit for years anyways. Sorry for the rant at the end. I know that wasn't entirely what you'd asked, but it felt good to type out. Thanks Op for asking this question. It's been surprisingly therapeutic talking about this. I'm going to have to speak for my dad here. He passed away a few years back. I wrote this out while back actually, but maybe this will be a relevant place for it to be also. Dad was fearful in his last days. He had been to the hospital many times, and every single time he came close to death, what he remembered didn't reconcile with what most people report when having a near-death experience. He, in fact, had a lot of bad experiences. One in particular where he relived a day 3 times in a row where doctors sedated him, but he was still fully aware of what was happening to him. He could hear the conversations, feel the pain, feel the choking and suffocation. When I saw him the next day, he had tears in his eyes as he tried to communicate a question on how many days he was out. When I told him one day, he was confused, and it took him a while to wrap his head around it. He thought he went to hell and this was his eternal punishment. He pondered for a long time on what he could have done to deserve that as a punishment. He did not ever want to be in the hospital. He hated them his whole life, and that experience made him hate hospitals even more. Dad's last trip via ambulance, he actually walked out to the ambulance, and it wasn't because of the usual shortness of breath. It was because of chest pains. I was sure this was going to be a short stay and he'd be back soon. During his last stay, he experienced more sedation, more hallucinations and more disorientation. I went to visit him every single day to get an update on his status. One night in particular, they had trouble getting his heart rate down. It was steadily beating at about 160 and would calm to 120 or so before going back up to 160. It wasn't good for him. Then, the next time he was up, I walked in right around his dinner time. He couldn't wait to talk to me, but he could barely talk. It took all of his effort and energy, but he had some things to say. Dad, son, I know without a doubt that there is an afterlife. Me, really, Dad, nods me, how are you so sure? You've been seeing guns on the ceiling and all kinds of hallucinations. Dad, that wasn't me. I wasn't here. Me, you weren't here. Dad, I was there. Me, okay, well, did you see anyone you knew? Dad, shaking his head, no, it's not like that. You can see souls being born into life and it's the most beautiful thing you can see. Everyone has their own color and they are trying to get to white. Me, trying to get to white. Dad, nods yes, time doesn't exist there. Time is here because of us, and we are here because of time. Oh, I should have done more. Looks at his hands. I could have been another Jimmy Page. He's referring to his skill as a guitarist. I could have done more. Me, but you were the greatest, Dad. And, Dad, smirking a little to indicate that isn't what he meant. Do more. Do everything you can. Me, so, like carpe diem, like seize the day. Dad, brightens yes. Do everything you can. Don't worry about the consequences. Everyone finds their way. People worry too much about the consequences. Just do good, and do as much as you can. Everyone eventually gets there. Tell the family. Me, can I tell everyone? Dad, yes, tell everyone. Me, okay Dad. I'll tell everybody. Dad, nods in agreement. I can tell he's tired by this time. Me, I love you Dad. Dad, I love you too son. This was the last conversation that I had with him. I miss him terribly and have been trying real hard to find myself again after his passing. It's been a long time and I've been able to cope with it enough to finally write this all out. I hope this finds someone that needs to hear it. With love, edit. I just wanted to thank everyone for the wonderful, heartfelt and deeply personal comments and messages that have been sent my way. I also want to thank the wonderful person that gilded this. I'm truly overwhelmed by all of your kindness. I don't share it much, but I've had 4 heart surgeries, and in my first and third one I coded. You had to be conscious for these surgeries to get your heart to react appropriately. The first time it was just nothingness. Black. Just nothing. I can't even explain how long it felt like nothingness. And then I remember waking up with them over me saying, we lost you for a second there, are you okay? The second time is the hard one to share. I woke up in a type of subway feeling thing, but everything was white. The subway, the tunnel walls we were speeding through. I didn't have a body per se. It felt like I was the subway at times, and at times it was like I was just looking out a window at the tunnel wall. It came to a stop, and it was just black nothingness again. And then I heard a voice of a much older man. He said, are you ready to go? And I just had nothing. Like I didn't know how to speak. We are going now if you're ready. And something inside me felt so ready to go. Like I was a magnet to it, this unknown destination in the black nothingness ahead. I remember finally saying, oh, okay. He said another time with a slightly different tone. We'll be leaving here. You are ready to go? And finally something in me snapped, and I remembered I had a life, and people I'd leave behind. And my first thought was, I can't leave my girlfriend. I couldn't do that. And my mom and dad. My puppies. I can't leave any of them. My family, my friends, and I made a decision I couldn't leave. I didn't even have to say it. Once I decided I couldn't leave, and I was for sure staying, I woke up and came to consciousness with the medical team all around me. This is my mother's story. I was privileged to be there when she talked to her doctor the next day and to witness his reaction. She had been afraid to die. After this experience she was no longer afraid and started enjoying life more, seizing the day, if you will. My mother was in the hospital being treated for a reaction to arthritis medication. This was more than 30 years ago, so procedures have changed. She was in a bed far from the nurse's station because she was stable and in no danger. For some reason her heart stopped. They never found out why. The nurse found her without a pulse and called a code. My mother, meanwhile, had left her body and was floating up by the ceiling. She said she felt no fear, only wonder at what was happening and pity for the poor body laying on the bed. Because it was so sick and damaged, she had a lot wrong with her. As the team was working on her without success and the attending physician went down the hall to the nurse's desk, my mom was curious about what he was going to say, so she followed him and listened to him. He was upset and basically saying he had no idea why her heart stopped, why it wasn't starting again, and to call her personal doctor. He returned to her room and she followed him back. They were working away, and she said she found that she had no feeling of fear or regret. She's been physically disabled for some time and was enjoying the freedom of movement and lack of pain. She said she saw the light, but wasn't hugely bright and more a feeling of peace and safety, and she felt that her parents were near, but, mom being mom, was more interested in what was happening to her and her body. I mean, if you are dead, it would be good to know why. The attending physician finally did something that worked to start her heart, and she said she was sucked back in. She was really pissed off because she knew she was about to start a wonderful adventure and the doctor spoiled it. She said she didn't want to be in that fat handicapped body. She struggled to get back out, but was held back, and then the drugs they gave her worked, and she became unconscious. My sister and I were sitting with her the next day. She was in a lot of pain from them pounding on her chest and pretty ticked off that she didn't get to go on her adventure. Hobbit jokes were ensuing when the attending physician came in to check on her. She asked him why they didn't know what happened and why she died. He didn't know what to say. She told him she left her body and had seen what happened. He patronized her and started to tell her about hallucinating and her brain being deprived of oxygen. She shut him off and demanded to know how she could have known what he said at the nurse's station at the end of the hall if she hadn't been there. She proceeded to repeat his conversation with the nurse. The doctor looked like he'd seen a ghost. His face went white and he spun on his heel and bolted for the door. He actually bounced off both sides of the door before he was able to get out. That's how fast he was going. She said later that she never saw him again. My mother was never religious and didn't start now. Instead she became more spiritual, something she had previously had no interest in. She just felt more at peace with herself and her condition and started to pay more attention to the little things that people ignore in their rush, like sunsets and butterflies. She was buying all kinds of things, typical of people who don't want to admit that they are very ill. It's a way of staying connected with life. She stopped this behavior and said she didn't need things where she was going. This was always said with a smile. She asked that I share her story so that people know that there really is something after death. It's interesting and not at all scary. It has nothing to do with religion. What happens afterwards just seemed to be a fact like gravity is. She said she was surprised that she wasn't surprised. She died for real about a year later, and I'm sure, since she had an inquisitive mind, that she's enjoying herself. On a slightly different note, I've had several dogs who returned after they passed. The only ones who came back had huge personalities and felt real ownership of the house. The best story is about Joe, a little black dachshund/beagle who ruled the house for 10 years. The night after she passed, my ex heard her at the door. There was no mistaking her scratch and bark. I heard her too, as did the other dogs. He didn't believe in ghosts, but opened the door and called to her. Honey, our Doberman was lounging in Joe's chair, and she got out of, like she was shot. The other two dogs milled around, as if they were greeting someone. I couldn't see her, but I talked to her, as if she was there, and explained what had happened, and that she was to go on over the Rainbow Bridge. I'd join her when I could. The next morning, when I came downstairs, Honey was in Joe's chair and made it clear that it was now hers. I think Joe gave it to her. She always was a beneficent queen. There are some researchers who have been collecting and quantifying the data of near-death experiences, NDEs, for years now. They have created 6 categories/stages of NDEs that generally sum up most experiences. The hellish experience. It can be either a mildly uncomfortable experience, a cold, dark, damp loveless experience, or the traditional flames and devil experience. Sometimes say they are drawn out of this realm by an indescribable love. Very few people recount experiencing this. There is another type of experience, where one has an out-of-body perspective, and can travel freely. Oftentimes this happens in an operation room, where one's heart has stopped, and the doctors are working to revive the patient. The individual may be able to go to other rooms in the hospital, or travel across the country. If they remain in the hospital room, they do not always recognize their own bodies on the table, and can feel confused. Quick note, there have been a surge in NDEs since the 1960s, when resuscitation techniques became more advanced. Much like many of the other Redditors' comments, there is another experience of blissful, warm darkness that just feels comfortable. It is indescribable nothingness, often without memory or any inkling of consciousness at all. The next experience is similar to the last, but with an additional light that is usually far away, that emanates warmth and love and forgiveness. The individual is either attracted to this light and goes toward it, or the light itself comes to the person. It allegedly gets better and better the closer one draws to the light, and so they continue. Obviously this is where the phrase go/don't go to the light likely comes from. This experience continues where the last leaves off, where the person has broken through the light to the other side. They now are experiencing a love/compassion/forgiveness/state of consciousness that is unlike anything they can put into words. Sometimes they encounter a sort of guide. This could be a loving anonymous being, or a religious figure. If they experience this, it is sometimes linked to their beliefs on Earth, but not always. This experience is sometimes accompanied by the most beautiful music. This being may present them to loved ones, or show them a life review. This is a very common experience of those who have had NDEs. It may be at this point where the deer decides, or is told to return to their body. There is sometimes a choice, because they have work left to accomplish in their lives. And I put that last part in quotes, because of how many people cite that as their reasons on coming back. The final experience goes beyond the previous state of love and consciousness and is experienced only by a relatively few people compared to the previous others. They say that they experience of becoming one with the universe/universal energy that unites everything/God. They have stated that they understand everything, that knowledge is known just by thinking of a topic. Disclaimer: people have different words to describe all these experiences, but what they typically agree on is that words themselves cannot come close to explaining their encounter for all of the aforementioned NDEs. Most experiences are overwhelmingly pleasant. They lose fear of death, and they cannot wait to return to this state. However, they know they must wait. The NDEs that I've looked into pretty much all fall into these categories, so I'd like to hear any others that might not. As you can tell, this interests me greatly. I want to end this by saying that, if you wind up researching NDEs, come to your own conclusions about them. Is there a reason for someone to be pushing a certain belief on you? I have confidence that what people say about their NDEs, they themselves wholly believe to be true. Whether or not you do, is up to your own judgment. There are people who make videos and give talks about NDEs they supposedly experience, but to me some seem to be fake and over-rehearsed. Take what you want from my spiel, and if you have any questions about this, I've done a fair share of looking into the topic and would love to discuss further. If you want any directions on where to look first into gaining your own knowledge of NDEs, I can definitely help you find something. Your NDE plug, out. I have 2 stories. When I was 9 I used to have fainting spells. One time I fell down the stairs and lost consciousness. My mom said I went as stiff as a board. I remember, as if floating near the ceiling, watching my mom run to the phone and calling 911. I could see my dad start to do CPR on me. Then I looked behind me and saw a bright light and heard a voice say it's not your time. Then I went back into my body as I heard my dad yell, come on, damn it. I was really scared when I came to, and it took me a while, like years, to figure out what I had experienced. I can't explain what happened. I felt calm though while I was out. I don't know if I was really dead or just unconscious and my mind made it all up. The other story I know was real. 6 years ago my brother died from adrenal cancer. His wife and I slept in his hospital room that night. His friends and the two of us sat around his bed as he lay unconscious and told stories about my brother and laughed about all the great times we had with him. At 3 AM I woke from a dream I was having of seeing him walking down a large tunnel that had a bright light at the end of it. He was healthy looking again, and he turned around to look at me, smiled and waved, then walked into the light. When I woke up I rolled over to look at him. He had stopped breathing. I touched him, and he was still warm and his skin was still soft, as if he had just passed away a moment before. It was like he hung on until he knew we would be okay, and then waited to pass until we were sleeping, so we didn't have to watch him take his last breaths. I loved my brother. He was my best friend, my biggest champion, and he encouraged me and built me up when I had no confidence in myself. God, I miss him, but I'm relieved that he's not in pain and suffering anymore. Okay, so this will get buried for sure, but here we go. When I was 15, I was dead for a short while during an ambulance ride. I have no idea how long it was, TBH. My therapist after suggested I find out the details to know how close I came to permanent death, but that's too much for me. Point anyways, onto my experience. I was in so much pain and anxiety leading up to it, you have no idea. I wanted it to end. And then, everything faded away, first to black, and then to something I can only describe as seeing and feeling existence itself. I don't even know how to describe this. It's the only way I can describe what it was, because it was so beyond normal perception. Mind you, I'm not a religious person, so that was definitely strange. All my pain was gone, and I felt great. Like I was getting a warm hug from the universe, and everything was truly awesome. Coming back was fairly sudden, first hearing voices, and then a fading back into where I was. This was definitely the most unpleasant part. The closest thing I can compare the fading in / out to visually would be when a movie does a slow fade between scenes, and the feeling is similar to laying down in bed. That last second, before you fall asleep, and are totally relaxed and not thinking, just experiencing your being. All this said, I fear death more than anything else. Yes, it was pleasant, but I never want to have that experience again. I'm actually on the verge of tears just thinking about it right now. Maybe it's my atheism showing, but death as a permanent thing just terrifies me. So there's my story, make of it what you will. Throwaway account cause this is really personal. My last semester at a certain college I was assaulted by a football player for walking where he was trying to drive. Note he was 325 pounds, I was 120 pounds. While unconscious on the ground I lived a different life. I met a wonderful young lady. She made my heart skip and my face red. I pursued her for months and dispatched a few jerk boyfriends before I finally won her over. After 2 years we got married, and almost immediately she bore me a daughter. I had a great job and my wife didn't have to work outside of the house. When my daughter was tushy, my wife bore me a son. My son was the joy of my life. I would walk into his room every morning before I left for work and doted on him and my daughter. One day, while sitting on the couch, I noticed that the perspective of the lamp was odd, like inverted. It was still in 3D, but just wrong. It was a square lamp base, red with gold trim on 4 legs and a white square shade. I was transfixed. I couldn't look away from it. I stayed up all night staring at it. The next morning I didn't go to work. Something was just not right about that lamp. I stopped eating. I left the couch, only to use the bathroom at first. Soon I stopped that too as I wasn't eating or drinking. I stared at the faking lamp for 3 days before my wife got really worried. She had someone come and try to talk to me. By this time my cognizance was breaking up, and my wife was freaking out. She took the kids to her mother's house. Just before I had my epiphany, the lamp is not real. The house is not real. My wife, my kids, none of that is real. The last 10 years of my life are not faking real. The lamp started to grow wider and deeper. It was still inverted dimensions. It took up my entire perspective and all I could see was red. I heard voices, screams, all kinds of weird noises, and I became aware of pain. A faking shit ton of pain. The first words I said were "I'm missing teeth," and opened my eyes. I was laying on my back on the sidewalk, surrounded by people that I didn't know. Lots were freaking out. I was completely confused. At some point a cop scooped me up, dragged/walked me across the sidewalk and grass, and threw me face down in the back of a cop car. I was still confused. I was taken to the hospital by the cop. Seems he didn't want to wait for the ambulance to arrive and give court scans and shit. I went through about 3 years of horrid depression. I was grieving the loss of my wife and children and dealing with the knowledge that they never existed. I was scared that I was going insane as I would cry myself to sleep hoping I would see her in my dreams. I never have, but sometimes I see my son, usually just a glimpse out of my peripheral vision. He is perpetually 5 years old, and I can never hear what he says. Edit. 24 hours after post. Never though anyone would read this. I changed a line so that it no longer seems that my 2-year-old daughter bore a child. I have never seen Inception or the Star Trek episode so many have mentioned, but I will eventually. I will not do an AMR. I've had many PMs describing similar experiences and 3 posters stating such experiences are impossible. I'd say more research needs to be done on brain functions. Pre-med students, don't assume you know everything. A few have asked if they can write a book/screenplay/stage play/rage comic etc. Please consider this tale open source and have fun with it. I'm not sure if I was clinically dead or not, but I drowned in the ocean 4 years ago saving 2 children who had been swept out to sea by a freak landslip and subsequent strong current. I don't really remember my last action before drowning, but the lifeboat crew said they saw me, and before going under I threw the children to them. They said the only explanation is a rush of adrenaline at the sight of them arriving and knowing help had arrived, as there should have been no way I could have thrown 2 kids in that situation. To be perfectly honest, I had given up hope as I felt my energy sapping trying to keep the children above the water as all 3 of us were clothed, and I felt the lactic acid building up, and try as I may I couldn't move my limbs anymore. I was just telling the children it was going to be okay, knowing full well I was about to run out of steam any moment. The relief of getting to them was swiftly replaced by dread as I turned and realized how far we were from the beach, and the terrifying realization of how fatigued I was set in, and thinking that there was no way we were going to survive. After I threw both children to the crew, who had arrived at speed with rescue gear, they said I went under. Only by sheer luck did they manage to pull me out of the water and revive me. I remember clearly not being able to see when I went under the waves and beneath the ocean, and as I started to breathe in the water, instead of fear I felt strong sadness at not knowing if I had done enough to save them. A couple of gulps later I must have gone unconscious, as the next thing I remember is being revived by CPR, apparently, and coming round. It was very confusing, and I haven't really talked about it until now, but the one thing that is deeply strange to me is that there was no fear at the point of drowning, only calm and the wish that I knew that the children had made it and they were safe. Very strange. The children are 11 and 8 now and living happy lives, thank goodness. It could have been so very different, and I don't take life for granted, that's for sure. Every day is a gift. Sorry for the long post, but the original question resonated with me, and I haven't really talked about it much since it happened. I don't know if this counts, but I had surgery on my hip back in February '09, because I'd been in a car accident. When I was coming out of surgery, it was discovered that I'd been slightly overdosed on an anesthetic. Never found out by how much though. Instead of the typical amount of time spent in the recovery room, I think I spent a solid 2.5 hours in there. I kept falling asleep and ceasing to breathe every 30, 60 seconds for over an hour. Every time I faded out, everything simply went black. I felt nothing, I saw nothing, but there was no fear, no pain. I do remember feeling incredibly calm and like I was being torn between two completely different dimensions every time I alternated between being conscious and slipping away. Interestingly, it was my mother yelling at me to breathe every time I faded out that kept me waking back up. It was a really strange experience. I don't know if I was clinically dead because it was for such short periods of time, but it definitely made me less afraid of dying. I'm sure this will sound insane to some, but I'm pretty convinced that there is a lot we don't know about the universe, and I believe that our consciousnesses are a part of it. I believe quite firmly that when we die, we don't cease to exist. Because we've always been here, and we always will be, just like everything that is, just in a different form. Like how, at one point, everything that exists now was once a simple collection of hydrogen atoms. The universe just had to take a lot of time to develop what would become consciousness, and bodies to house it, so that it could finally observe itself. But bodies don't last forever, and we should all feel incredibly lucky to have been given the chance to be a part of existence that was alive and self-aware. Yeah, how I ended up dead is kind of a long story. Anyways, I had gone to bed one night and I hadn't been feeling well for a couple of weeks. Thought it would go away eventually. I remember feeling confused and somewhat found myself in a dream-like state, although I was pretty lucid in it as well. There was quite a bit of psychedelic-like experiences, and it felt like such a long dream. It just kept on going and going. I didn't have a body anymore, and I actually asked myself, am I dead? Since this couldn't be a dream, usually when I become aware of dreams I wake up, and I wasn't waking up. It felt like it went on for so long. What was going on? This part I had no recollection of. I guess somewhere or sometime in my sleep I had stopped breathing. I may have had a seizure at some point, and I was pretty lucky family had stopped by the house to check on me. Noticed my car was still in the driveway, which meant I wasn't at work, and I wasn't getting the door, but looking through the window they could see me just laying there in bed not moving. I wasn't responding either, so they went through a window, and I was unresponsive. 911 was called etc. I believe it took them a couple hours trying to get me back and keep me stable, but my lungs weren't working, so they had to intubate, and I was in a coma with life support, all that fun stuff, for about 2 days. They ran a bunch of tests. I don't remember getting a spinal tap or catheter or all the ives and blood draws etc. I was still pretty much in the other place for a long time. It felt like I was traveling through space or something. I saw and experienced a lot of amazing things I can't explain or remember well anymore, but I did try to write down some of it later. I wasn't scared. It felt like a really long journey. I didn't necessarily see anyone for a while, but I didn't feel alone. I felt the presence of others. It was like I was around everyone I ever knew or something. It felt quite familiar in a way. There was this black infinite darkness, and it was the most wonderful thing. It was like I could create experience with my imagination. There was no sadness. It was all bliss without worry. And it was very hypnotizing. I really considered letting myself go into it. Just letting go. My lungs were not kicking in on their own. If they had not, then I'm told I could have stayed dead, been paralyzed, or end up a vegetable. I didn't want to let go though. I have a daughter who is my world. She was just about a year old at the time, and I kept thinking of her and her mother. It kept me from just letting go into that peaceful bliss. I couldn't leave them. I did get some of that life flashing before you type of experience. It looked like a projector was cast a bit in front of me, and kind of like a movie, but I didn't see myself or anything like that. What I saw was almost like memories, except I hadn't had these yet. I saw my kiddo and her mom. Maybe cause I'd been thinking of them a lot, and they were smiling and happy. My daughter looked a couple of years older in that vision though. There were a few visions, but all I saw was them, and I remember it made me feel quite happy. I would have smiled and cried if that had been possible. After that it was getting quiet and dark. I remember it was all black. I didn't know how to get back. Black, the darkest I've ever seen, and felt so empty. Not scary, but I was in some infinitely large void. Time wasn't really a thing, but I was just sort of there for a good while. I remember seeing a tiny little dot of light so far away, just a little, and it was the only thing different from the blackness. Then I felt I was falling towards it, or being pulled by some force. It felt like I was traveling very fast, like through space again, but it still took quite a long time and the little thing got larger as I got closer. It was the size of the moon eventually. I just kept falling towards it. Eventually when I got close enough it felt like I was thrown back into myself with really great force. The white was blinding, and as I was back in, all my field of vision was initially incomprehensible, but the light died down, and I was able to make out shapes etc. I was still comatose, I couldn't move or speak or anything. I saw what looked like a hospital room, and at this point I still was not sure if this was real or not. No way. Nope. This can't be a dream, though they don't last this long and don't feel this real. The world still didn't make sense either. I thought it died and gone to hell or something, and it'd spend eternity trapped in my body unable to move or do anything. I could hear sounds. I saw a clock on the wall and it'd look over, but the time seemed all wrong, or it would jump around. There was a board on the wall with writing, but it made no sense. A window, tiny window on the left side, the only window to the outside, but all I could see was a brick wall and a TV playing some nature stuff that really freaked me out. I couldn't see people for a while, which had me questioning reality. I'd seen nurses kinda go past, but they didn't seem real at all. Almost not even three-dimensional and choppy unrealistic movement. They'd pass by, but it was almost like no one really noticed me. I knew it was real. Well, either I was in the hospital, or I was dead, and in some sort of hell. Everything was becoming more detailed as time went on. I could read the board. People looked a lot more real. I felt the breathing tube and my arms had been restrained, so I wouldn't tear it out if I woke or something. I still couldn't talk or move, or do anything though. I remember seeing some family and friends asking me to wake up, crying, telling me a lot of things, holding my hand, and I couldn't do anything. That was the worst part for me. Seeing how hurt they were, crying and telling me I had to fight, I had to start breathing on my own soon. I couldn't cry. I was trying to yell but nothing. I couldn't grasp their hands. Time was weird. I don't know how much passed, or whatever in between the several moments I remember. I know eventually I was by myself again. A drive came in and I guess I had regained a little movement and my lungs finally kicked in. She took out the breathing tube. It was bugging me when I had started to be able to move a little, and the catheter came out. Didn't feel it. Family was able to come in an hour or two later. I could hardly talk, just barely move hands, arms a little, turn my head a little. I developed the worst migraine I've ever known. Worst pain I've felt, and that carried on for about a week non-stop. I got to hold my baby eventually. I have a picture of that somewhere. I don't know where I got the strength, but I picked her up and smiled, hugged her, after I lost all my strength again. Took a while, but I got to talk to a lot of people and doctors. In the following days etc. slowly recovering, but in that time I couldn't eat really. I basically had water when possible. I couldn't keep food down for at least a week. Or sleep. I slept once for 30 minutes or so, but I felt the pain all the way through. Probably by day 3 or 4 I was able to start getting up and walk to the bathroom etc. I was hospitalized for about a week before I could go home. This was a year ago. I'm still trying to get past that experience. I suppose I developed PTSD and my anxiety got so bad in the following months, going into full-blown agoraphobia. I had insomnia really bad for a while. I still do actually. For about a month I had nightmares about hospitals and feared I'd stop breathing if I fell asleep. Uncontrollable crying, and broke down a lot when I had first came to, and for a good while after I felt guilty because I missed being on the other side and had really considered just letting go into that amazing bliss. That peace, I missed it, and at times wished I had just stayed there. I left out a lot, but that's all I could get down at the moment. I'm 18 hours too late for this, but I still want to write on here. My brother passed away 4 months ago. We still don't know how it happened or what the cause of death was. He died on the same day of as I died. The next day we were able to know how he died, but it's been past 4 months since my little brother passed, and we are still in the dark with his death. Sorry for that rant. No one is reading this, so honestly shouldn't even apologize. I've read pretty much all of the comments, and this is really what I needed to read. People sharing the feeling they had with an NDE. The absence of pain, the release, The feeling of nothing and not being afraid of nothing. Acceptance. Thank you. The day I saw my brother laying on the floor of his downstairs bathroom is still extremely vivid in my mind. His feet were pointed towards the door, his head on the ground near the washing machine, and a small pile of vomit still attached to his mouth. His legs were crossed, as if he laid down. He had ordered pizza from our local pizza joint in town. The receipt and box was still in the living room. It was almost like he was just going to the bathroom. The first thing that jumped in my head was, I hope this wasn't painful, and the second part was months and months of true sadness. Reading these comments, it brings a little bit of closure to me, knowing that it doesn't hurt anymore. Whatever it was, it doesn't hurt. Thanks Redditors. The night my brother died, his daughter saw him. She said he told her that, Dada loves you, and to be strong. I miss him every single day. His daughter, who is turning 4 today, told my wife and I, I'm broken. I have no dada. I'm broken. I'm glad that he has no pain wherever he is now, but I'm pissed that he would leave all of us so soon to deal with all this pain. Anyways, thanks for posting your stories. Edit. org/25/2018. I had a dream with him in it last night. It was very vivid. He was wearing a red shirt and he sat on the edge of my bed. I was just crying and I leaned in and gave him a huge hug, and he returned the hug. He smelled clean like clothes right after being in the wash. Then he stood and started eating McDonald's. He said he didn't have to care about his cholesterol here and he could eat whatever he wanted to. Then I woke up. Stopped breathing during lung tests while investigating mysterious violent coughing and shortness of breath that insidiously grew over a year. Went from climbing mountains and scuba diving all around the world, filming and training hard with stuntmen, to not being able to walk up a flight of stairs. Only remember being sedated for the cameras to be put in my lungs and saying, here's my phone, it's unlocked. Take a few pics when I have all the tubes in me. So kiss Wiffy goodbye. Kiss my 17-week-old son in the baby basket, and poof, gone. I wake up feeling amazing. The best ever. Seriously feeling happy and light. My vision is a bit blurry and I'm somewhere new. Doesn't look like recovery. Nurses everywhere. And bodies. More tubes. Lots of very sick people. The dying. A family saying goodbye. Tears. Crying. Not my family. What the fuck? Am I in ICU? Nurse helps me out. There's a funny and painful catheter and central line joke here. I'm in shock. I have tubes and wires everywhere. And a central line that was cut into my neck. Where's my wife? She left after your tests. She needed to care for the baby. She came back the next day, was here yesterday, and we told her you have woken up, so she is coming back. What? Yesterday? You've been in a coma, Mr. Freedom Film. You were on life support as you stopped breathing during your bronchoscopy. What? Cool. Yeah, I'm a nerd, and I geeked out over all of the medical and scientific stuff, not even reflecting at all on what actually happened to me. 4 years I had to spend another day in ICU, then moved to thoracic ward. A stunt coordinator friend came to visit. We ran flights of stairs, not joking. Most amazing thing. I couldn't breathe a week before I had to stop and hold the railing and wait 5 minutes to catch my breath and do the rest of his stairs. Today, I can sprint 4 flights. What? The fact 10 days later, and I was home. Was doing hard yard labor, still not explained to this day. My family doctor years later have a conversation over dinner. Ask me the very same question as Opus. What did I experience? What was it like? Because she doesn't often get to have those types of discussions with patients. I just told him how I don't remember anything, except waking up feeling absolutely amazing. We had a pretty cool discussion about what I change anything in life, and if that near-death experience changed or altered me at all. I'm sure I probably have some PTSD from it, but honestly I actually feel amazing, and thought it was super cool. Heart stopped. Went totally white out. Rose up and saw my body as I moved forward. There was a beautiful woman, long blonde hair to her shoulders, sparkling blue eyes, in a long white robe. As I got closer to her, I felt the atoms in my body begin to energize into this feeling of total love and euphoria that is coming from her. The love this being is sending into me, I could literally feel in each atom of my being. The atoms were emanating this zinger of loving light as they vibrated at blinding speed that was a hum all over. Have no way to put it in words. No drug or orgasm has ever reached a minuscule amount of what that felt like. She told me that in each chapter of our lives we need to look for the lesson. Once we get that lesson we can move on to the next lesson. Then she said, "Let me show you what I mean." All of a sudden I saw a photograph in the distance coming towards us at a very high speed. Once it reached us, we were in the photograph and could look all around at what was happening. The first photograph was my mother in labor giving birth to me. Then I saw the next photograph approaching, and I was learning to walk. The next time in school. The next time being bullied. The next time in the hospital in pain as a child. The next time studying piano music. Next meeting my good friends in high school. Still friends to this day. Next falling in love. Etc. Too many to write here and many too personal to share. These photos start coming at light speed. The two of us never move from our spots. The photos come to present day then beyond right up until the day I'm dying. I'm in my early 90s. There is a nurse sitting in a chair. Above my head I see holograms of medical monitoring. From the ceiling I see a beam of light entering my left arm that is administering light medicine. I feel my breathing starting to slow. I see faces starting to appear around my bed. My parents and siblings and finally my husband. They all look young and are smiling and telling me not to be afraid, that it is okay to let go. I start to leave the body and I'm standing next to this woman in a field that has flowers and grass as far as we can see. She repeats to me what she said at the start. Look for the lesson in each chapter of your life and once you get that lesson you move on to the next. She also says, when your life is over you will have this kind of life review only with a difference. You will see each chapter of your life and how your words and actions were felt by others. She says I will be heading back into my body and not to be afraid. She starts to walk away and I say wait. Who are you? I mean, who are you in the earth life? She says, I was the wife of a very famous rock star known the world over. He is still alive. This is my work now, to help souls understand their purpose and give hope when appropriate. She smiles and turns to continue walking away. I feel my being pulled back and into my body waking up with a gasp and deep breath. I don't say anything to the medical people who are working around me. As soon as I can see my husband, gay couple here, I tell him of my experience and then say I wonder who that woman was. He says, my gut feeling, Linda McCartney. Now, I'm not a Beatles fan at all. I don't own even one song of theirs. I Google her name and sure enough, it's the woman in my experience. I've never shared this with anyone. Only the hubs. The love was beyond mortal words. I still think about it every day. The atoms in my being were each registering this overwhelming love energy. Can't wait to go back there one day. I'll just go into the experience. After my incident I woke to find myself kneeling on a desert-like cracked ground. The ground was so dry and brittle I could feel it sapping the moisture from my fingertips. I remember the feeling, knowing I was dead, losing everyone, a feeling of despair and dread. I could see a barren landscape out of the corners of my eyes, a purplish-orange wasteland knowing I was the only person here. Unable to look up from my bow posture out of internal deep dark unimaginable fear for a looming presence above me point, like I was compelled to bow before and away from whatever this was. There was an absence of sound which alone was unfathomably frightening. So much so that I could hear/feel every inch of my body's sounds. My heartbeat, my internal blood flow pumping, even the small movements making bones slightly move and pop. Nothing, ever, can describe what these feelings were. Like a whole new emotion of fear, but beyond what we know. I honestly recall later, after coming out of it being left with what I felt was being there for years. Before coming back however I felt a cosmic opposite that I will never forget. I was not accepting this as my fate knowing that this can't be it, and I know that I'm not deserving of this. Suddenly I felt a weight in my knees and back which felt like I was chained and being pinned down lifted. The skies brightened and I felt, not even heard but felt, the most amazing music. I could see, hear, taste, feel each knot twist and pulse through me, like it was not only passing through me, but becoming a part of me. I remember being told by someone there I reached out, and my eyes just turned into waterfalls. No words were spoken, but it's like Having your brain instantly experience every reassuring hug, kiss, cuddle, lovemaking, touch and every beautiful word you were told in your life in just an instant. Point. I'm not religious at all, but after that experience I can no longer deny that we are just meat puppets floating through space. There is something that we are a part of. The only thing you keep when you die is your memories. I was dead, but I remembered. Then, during and now. So yeah, that's my story. For me, nothing happened. It was a loss in perception in which I skipped forward in time. TLDR, this again. Let's see how it goes. If, by dead, we mean no longer breathing, my heart has stopped, and I lost consciousness, then there were a number of times, after I became a C1/2 quadriplegic, when I was dead. I wouldn't describe it as scary. There was a background rise in anxiety. But it was low and more a reaction to a want for air, as it was a concern over whether I was about to die in a final and complete way. I say this to note in contrast I have always been somewhat afraid of death, but the experience of it possibly happening at that moment wasn't as concerning. I couldn't move or have any influence over the situation, and I was emotionally detached, like a witness, waiting for other people to act. One reoccurring situation was when I was in the rehab hospital, alone in the room, in bed, on a ventilator, after they had turned me onto my left side, when the vent is on the right side of the bed, and the tubing has to snake a long way over the bed and me, and is under a fair amount of tension, only held in place on my end by a weak friction fitting with my trach, and a rubber band which doesn't do much. The internal monologue went like this: well, they just turned me, and that nurse didn't check the connection, before he/she walked out. I wonder if I'll become disconnected again. Half an hour later, it sounds like the vent tubing is losing its connection. I can hear air hissing. It'll probably disconnect when it tries to give me the next breath. The tubing has disconnected. Now I wait 10 seconds for the vent to alarm. I can feel the vent pushing air onto the outside of my neck. Now the vent is alarming. I wonder when they'll get to me. It's usually after I've lost consciousness. I wonder how long I'm out. I should try to remember to ask. I hope I don't get brain damage. We'll see, hopefully. Getting a little air hungry. Getting a little more air hungry, but it's not too bad. Hearing is fading. Vision is closing in from the sides in that rough distorted way. Hearing is really gone, I think. It's hard to tell. I need something to hear to test it. Can I hear the vent alarm? Barely, maybe. Vision has that orange blotchy thing in the center. I can't really see anymore. I wonder if someone is in here with me. I don't think so, but I might not be able to tell. I wonder if my thoughts are still coherent, or if this is a delusion. I hope they get to me. What's going on? The room seems to have a lot of people in it. I can't really see them, I can't really hear them, but I perceive that the room is full of lots of people. They seem to be on their way out. Some of them are joking. The event has ended. My senses are coming back. Am I on the vent? Yes, I think I am. I guess they got to me. I'll ask some questions now and talk with a pep in my voice, which disturbs the person who stays. He'll think he's repeating stuff they already told me, but that's because none of them realized I hadn't really regained consciousness when they thought I had. Some of them should really do a better job checking the vent connection after they turn me. It's rather simple, but they keep not doing it. Later, I would talk to a nurse who was often on telemetry, who would tell me that my heart would stop during these events. One time, interestingly, when it was happening, because of a loss of blood pressure, and then an intentional disconnection from the vent by personnel who were mishandling a transfer, he managed to see that my heart had stopped and raced from his station down one floor to my room and just came in the door as I lost consciousness. The people who didn't know how to transfer me before they started didn't really believe me when I had told them I was slowly passing out. Edited to fix formatting. I've coded 3 times in my life. Once when I was 2, which I'm not gonna talk about because I don't remember it on account of being 2, and twice when I was 9, after having brain surgery for a rare condition called Chiari malformation type 1. Both cases were post-surgery, one as a result of a nurse mistake. They gave me a standard drug for waking patients out of anesthesia, which you aren't supposed to give to specifically brain surgery patients, and one's due to a severe allergic reaction to an anti-inflammatory drug. I don't remember the former, but the latter was kind of crazy. I already couldn't really move beforehand and had been staring at the ceiling as the nurse put the drug in my fourth then left. I had the vague perception of my mom sitting next to me and holding my hand, and then I remember the edges of my vision turning white and that whiteness rapidly spreading from the edges of my vision to fill my entire view picture as I could hear my heart rate monitor beeping at a rapidly increasing rate and my mom screaming for a nurse. I remember thinking it odd that everything was getting quieter quite quickly, and that's all I remember until I woke up again about a day later. Apparently they resuscitated me and then induced another medical coma to allow me to stabilize. I would honestly describe it as whiteout, then nothingness. It was like falling asleep in reverse, where instead of the last thing I remembered was blackness, it was whiteness instead. I was in the hospital for 2 weeks with a major migraine and vomiting after having a spinal tap. While in the hospital I had a dark figure that sat next to my bed. People would come in to visit me and I would be talking to him and they would say, "Who are you talking to?" and I would say him and point to the empty chair. It was a dark bald figure with big ears. So it reminded me of my papaw. I called him my shadow man and he kept me company. I took a shower to wash all the goop out of my hair. While in the shower I had a major stroke. I remember walking down a large corridor or hallway and there was doorways on each side, arched doorways. The shadow man was walking me down the hallway. Now I could see his face. He kind of looked like my papaw, but it wasn't my papaw. I knew he was going to show me my life. I don't know how I knew that, I just did. He started to walk me up to a doorway on the right. It looked like a beautiful paradise forest. I laughed to myself and thought, but I lived in the desert, the Mojave Desert, for 27 years. Then I seen my daughter's face. She was 4 years old. I was a single mom. I stopped walking and started shaking my head saying no 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 no, and I refused to walk enemas. I remember floating up and shrinking back in. Then I woke up in the hospital. I couldn't open my eyes or speak. I could hear everybody talking and crying. The nurse said, "She's listening to us right now, see her eyes moving." I was in ICU for 3 days and I was completely paralyzed on my right side and blind. I had to live in a wheelchair and I had to relearn everything over again. I stayed in a rehabilitation center for a couple months. My determination was unbelievable. I made a full recovery. While on the internet 7 years later I went on the Patty family tree site. I seen a picture and I started sobbing immediately. It was the man who sat next to me and walked me down the hallway. It was a great-great-grandpa Abadia, and he was holding my dad as a baby. Now that I've made a full recovery, I live in a paradise in a beautiful forest. Imagine that. This is going to be fun. I was 18 years old, but I remember it like yesterday. You will laugh, don't worry. I was in a really bad motorbike accident in Namibia, Southern Africa. They flew me to the best hospital in South Africa. I had an injury called diffuse axonal. Basically, my brain cord and my spinal cord snapped off. This means I had serious brain damage, as well as, I'm lame. Can't feel anything beneath my neck. I went in and out of consciousness for a few minutes. Then my heartbeat stopped completely for 3 minutes. I was declared as dead, twice. And somehow I just came back to life again. Sad thing is, I really don't remember any of this. The brain damage was so bad that I don't remember anything from before the day I woke up out of my induced coma. Nothing. My whole childhood, gone. Friends, family, I had to learn all their names again. I had to learn who my mom, dad and sister were. It has now been 5 years since the accident. Still no memory of anything before the day I woke up. But I keep living every day. I made my new friends, got to learn all my family again, and in the process, made each of them love me and each other even more every single day. I'm still in a wheelchair, but that does not stop me. I play basketball, I play baseball. Anything is possible. I went back to school and finished with a B average. Obviously had a lot of spare time to study. I went to university and got a degree in software development. I work at a massive financial company in South Africa, and the bill to lift to the second floor just for me. My whole life changed completely. But I'm here, and I'm happy. The closest I ever came was during the emergency C-section I had giving birth to my son. At this point I had been in labor for 70 hours, 40 of those hours were hard labor. It was Labor Day weekend and everyone loved making that joke. My son was a big baby, 9 pounds 8 ounces and 21.5 inches long. My body just couldn't get him out, and the doctor on call refused to do anything but leave me in labor. He argued with my family and would come in and actually yell at me for making too much noise during the contractions. The epidural was not placed correctly and made my legs and the top of my belly numb, but left my entire midsection in full pain. Finally, the third morning of this, a new doctor comes on duty. Comes in to do his rounds and finds me delirious in pain with failing kidneys and my baby's heart rate dropping. I heard him cuss and step out and yell at the nursing staff. Suddenly the room that had been dark and quiet became packed in a flurry. I was rolled on my side so some of the pressure would come off my baby. The epidural was corrected and we were on our way to surgery. I remember being so scared, so angry, so worried about my baby. Then, in the middle of the procedure, I just felt tired. The deepest exhaustion I've ever felt. I wanted to be awake and hear my baby's first cries, but I was just so tired. I closed my eyes and decided I could just sleep through the procedure. I started hearing my name, but it was very distant. Hands were starting to tap and nudge me. I didn't care. The black cool peacefulness felt so good. Then suddenly a slap to my face from the anesthesiologist brought me rushing back. He made me keep eye contact with him while he made some adjustments to the machine thing he was using. He said my blood pressure was dropping dangerously low. He kept me talking. Soon my baby was out but no sounds. The attention went off of me and onto him. They worked and worked on him, and thankfully he came around 15 years later, and he and I are fine. Except he's got a permanent scar on the top of his head from being pressed against my pelvic bone for so long. The doctor responsible was brought up in front of a group of his peers, and he had to answer for what he did. It was an army hospital and a long time ago. This may not be what you're looking for, but it's my experience. I was driving and had my 3-year-old daughter strapped into her car seat in the back, who'd been asking for her pink baby a pink teddy bear since we'd pulled out of the driveway. I retrieved pink baby from the front passenger seat and handed it back to her. The paramedics tell me that as I reached for the bear with my right hand, my left hand, which was on the steering wheel, compensated by dipped down just a little bit. We were driving on a narrow road with storm drainage ditches carved into each side of the road, essentially rendering every driveway a makeshift ramp if one were to go off the road. So yeah, my little left hand dip took us off the road, directly onto a ramp, launching us airborne and headlong into a utility pole. I must have been knocked out, but remember waking up to the sounds of my daughter screaming from the backseat. Odd as it sounds, her screams were almost comforting, because it meant she was alive. I, however, couldn't breathe. The front end of the car had folded up essentially into the dashboard and the impact of my body against the steering wheel had broken each rib and collapsed my lungs. I'd also suffered a fair amount of head trauma. I thought maybe I could breathe if I could lay down, so pushed the driver's side door open and slumped out onto the road. I woke up to a paramedic telling me that I'd been in an accident, telling me that my daughter was okay, asking me my name and where I lived. I can't breathe, was all I could try to say. We'll breathe for you, she said. My daughter was taken to a local hospital via ambulance, where she was treated for bruises from the baby seat restraints and released to my mother and father-in-law. I was helicoptered to a nearby trauma hospital and, because the medical team didn't want me moving due to the massive internal bleeding, was intubated by the time my wife and her friend arrived at the hospital. The doctors told her we'll do everything we can. I was out for close to 2 weeks. Contracted a bloodborne staph infection while unconscious. For the first week they didn't think I'd be able to pull through. Now, I simply don't remember much of what happened between the time we hit the pole and the time I finally stopped bleeding internally and woke up a couple of weeks later. That said, I vividly remember a sort of dream. In the dream, I was driving, my daughter was in the back seat, and there was this beautiful, just striking, black girl in the front passenger seat. That's all I remember. The three of us driving down the road. Whether it was right after we hit the pole or while I was unconscious, I have no idea when I had this dream, but I still remember it vividly. Clear as day. For days after coming out of the medically induced coma, I asked my wife about my daughter and the girl in the passenger seat. My wife actually began to fear that I'd sustained permanent neurological damage because I kept asking about this girl, although, on multiple occasions, she told me that there was nobody in the car except for my daughter, and I finally decided it was a dream or something and stopped asking. It took about a month for me to heal up and to get my strength back to the point where I could walk again, after which I was discharged from the hospital and sent home with a visiting nurse service. I'd been home for about a week before I finally felt strong enough to go outside and have my wife drive me down the road to look at the scene of the accident. My wife told me that a man who lived near the scene had heard the impact, called 911 to report the accident, and was probably responsible for saving our lives. There wasn't much to see at the scene of the accident. The utility pole had a bit of an impact scar. Those things are sturdy as hell, and I found some broken glass, but that was about it. So my wife drove me to the house of the man who'd called 911 so that I could thank him for what he'd done. He was a genuinely lovely man, very gracious and kind. I really didn't do anything but make a phone call. "I'm just glad you're all okay," is what he said. I thanked him again and again and assured him that my daughter and I were indeed okay. Then he asked about the girl in the front passenger seat. No sheet. He asked about her. I asked him to hold on a second, called my wife out of her car and to the guy's front door and asked him to repeat the question. The guy said, "Listen, I heard the crash, looked out the window and thought I'd seen a woman get out of the passenger seat and walk down the road, so I wanted to know if she was okay." "Maybe I was wrong," he said. Yeah, maybe he was wrong. I drowned once, a long time ago. I got caught in a riptide and couldn't manage to find the right way up, or if I was going the right way I didn't get close enough. I don't really remember. What I do remember is my lungs and my throat constricting more and more right when I reached the edge of how long I could hold what breath I had, and the inability to stop myself from breathing in, then sharp pain and very cold sensation of the water filling my lungs. There's this desperate sense of seeking relief right when you draw breath underwater, and then an immediate instinctual panic when it's water instead of air. You kind of take your lungs for granted given that you don't really feel them there aside from the motion of breathing, but when they're full of what feels like ice cold water you become very aware of them and how excruciatingly painful it is. That pain and the panic involved in drowning, probably one of the scariest things I've experienced, lasted maybe 10 or 15 seconds, if I had to guess. It felt longer than that, but after all the times I've tried to think back on it, initially I couldn't remember much of anything, but over the years it came back. I don't think it took long at all. Anyway, you abruptly reach a point where you rapidly stop. I don't know. Being aware of is the only way I can think to describe it. You reach a point where you rapidly stop being aware of your limbs. Not like they're numb, but they just sort of stop being there. Bit by bit, you just lose sensation from each part of your body and it works its way to your chest, and then your chest as well. By that point you don't really feel the pain. I couldn't see much by this point, just the vague color of the water, and then sort of just drifted off. It was the complete opposite of the sheer, frantic panic and sharp pain that preceded it just a few seconds beforehand. It was as gentle as falling asleep in the back of the car on a road trip as a kid. It was oddly soothing. After that I don't remember anything in particular, no bright lights or whatever. If you've ever been woken up abruptly right as you were 99% unconscious when trying to fall asleep, it's a lot like how you felt right before you were woken up. That's the only way I can think to describe it. That seems relative. So, based on my experience, death is easy and is in no way worth being scared of. Dying, on the other hand, can be absolutely fucking awful in the worst way you can imagine, but in this case only for maybe 30 seconds. TLDR, don't drown. I had a massive odd on heroin, and when I died I could see a window above me, and I could see my body laying on the kitchen floor. I was also in my own body, which sounds paradoxical, but I could see my hands and I could feel them, and I was floating downward, descending if you will, towards a massive desert full of holes. The mud was cracked like it had been wet and then dried, and there is a mountain range in the background and a very dim light lit the entire landscape. A dark light if you will. I then headed towards a very specific hole, where I was lowered into it, and I was screaming for somebody to help me. As my feet lowered into the hole, I stretched my arms out as wide as I could get them to grab onto the hole. Before I went into it, I could feel small roots and dirt underneath my fingernails, and as soon as it got up to my neck I lost my voice. I was descended deeper down into that hole. When I died I had one boot on, and one boot off, and I remember being lower down into the hole. As I looked up towards my body through the window, I could see my brother, my now brother-in-law, giving me CPR, and everybody else around me was screaming that I was dead, and my friend Lewis was crying. The further down the hole I went, the smaller the window got. The further down I went, the more I realized that the light at the end of the tunnel was not a tunnel at all, but it was indeed a hole, and the light, from what I could understand, was the last of my human existence. When I reached the bottom of the hole, which felt like it went on forever, I could feel dirt beneath my one sock that I did not have the boot on. I was done, shown everybody I had ever known in my life, and they all had forgotten who I was, almost as if I had never existed at all. When somebody spoke to my mother and told her that her son had died, she looked very confused and said, "I don't have a son by that name." My little sister was told of my passing, and she seemed to shrug it off and just say, "No big surprise." This went on with everybody I had ever known. I was shown more of life, and as it moved on without me, I realized this was my hell, to be forgotten. Time there was different. I spent what felt like years there, although in reality I was dead for 23 minutes being ventilated by my brother-in-law. It took 5 doses of Narcan to bring me back to life, and when I came back it was instant, and I was strapped down on a stretcher with one boot on and one boot off. I will never forget that, and it has helped me remember that there is more to this life than what I was spending and wasting it on. Today I'm almost a year clean, and I vow I will never return to that place. I believe I have a different destination today. Edit. I almost forgot the last part. When I was being revived, I remember being transported to a pitch black space. My sister was there on her knees, almost as if she was praying, and I was trying to get her attention, but she could not hear me because I still had no voice. It looked like she was looking at something, and I couldn't see it. Suddenly she turned to me and said, "This is the last time he will pluck you from the darkness. If you want to save your life, throw yourself at the foot of the cross." Then I was revived instantly. I was back in my body on that stretcher. It makes no difference to me if you'll believe this or not. I can say with complete confidence this is what happened to me when I was dead, and it is a miracle I suffered no brain damage, and I'm here to tell the story today. I had one last odd after that, and then I turned my life completely around. I apologize about punctuation. I was using voice to text and was not paying much attention to it in the beginning, and I'm not going back through. While I was being treated for leukemia when I was 18, a couple months in the hospital, and after a few chemo sessions, my lips got super chapped and dry from being in constant AC environment. They got so chapped they dried and cracked, and I ended up getting an incredibly bad infection on my lip when I was in remission after a chemo session. That basically means I had literally no white blood cells in my body to fight off an infection of any size. I had a room full of doctors who all looked terrified, and one of them asked everyone to leave, yet he remained. He gave me the talk that there wasn't much more they could do for me, and there's a good chance I might not make it through this. He had one last trick up his sleeve, some really expensive, super strong antibiotic plus some other blood transfusion combo he hoped would keep the infection at bay long enough for my body to strengthen and fight it off. I obviously agreed to the treatment. When the transfusion started, along with the 4th antibiotics, as soon as the liquid passed through the 4th line into my body, I felt an immense chill. I vocally said, "It's super cold," and it kept going, and I kept getting colder. After 2 minutes I was shaking uncontrollably, then started convulsing. My temperature shot to 106 degrees and I could hear the panic and shuffling in the room around me. I didn't clinically die, but I remember at one point time slowed down, and I felt cradled by something really warm and tingly, as if I were floating in 85-degree tropical ocean water. At that time I felt I literally was given a choice. I could choose to ease this pain and suffering and let go, or I could choose to stay and fight and live a full life. Believe me, I was starting to lean towards letting go. At that moment, my mother was in the room. She said my first name, that's all she said, and I stopped, woke up from this trance and passed out. I couldn't die in front of my mother. No way. I'm unsure if this was something my mind created in that moment to help ease the pain of my body dying, or it was something real. All I know is what it felt like, and it certainly felt real. This happened 22 years ago, and it was an experience I'll never forget. I have never been clinically dead or close to it. I've never known anyone who came back from that either. I have, however, experienced what I believe to be only a piece of the other side. After the sudden death of my grandpa but raised me as his daughter. He had suffered multiple heart attacks, open heart surgery, back surgeries, cancers, PTSD, and the list goes on and on. He was having surgery done, went into cardiac arrest, and passed away without me being able to say goodbye. Last thing I said to him was see you Monday. He passed around 5 AM Monday, before I made it there. A few days later I had a dream of him. Actually it wasn't a dream, it was real. Very real. I walked into a room with nothing but a metal table and a white sheet up to his neck. Someone led me through double doors into the room. I was immediately taken back, and the brilliant warm peaceful glow he had about him. There were a few very tall human-shaped, sort of, lights of the same color standing over him. I walked up to him, and I just remember him looking at me in my eyes saying I love you baby, I'm tired and I'm ready to go home now. I told him I loved him too, and then he smiled. Look back up ANF. I woke up. He was him, but looked so much healthier and younger. And he had his voice back, TG1 that cancer had taken from him long before my birth. I woke up and felt the most amazing and warm and peaceful sensation. To this day I still feel that warmth when I think of that night and when I think of him. Knowing he was able to tell me goodbye before crossing over and seeing how happy he was comforted me in so many ways. These comments also make me feel this way. Death is one of the biggest anxiety causes I have. Mine is a basic training story. Air Force. Halfway through the second week, I started having troubles talking without losing my breath. After multiple trips to sick call, they told me I had bronchitis and gave me amoxicillin. Makes no sense, but they were trying to shut me up. Week 7 comes. I start hacking up what I can only describe as a jelly all through the night. Everyone is yelling at me because I'm ruining their sleep, but I just can't stop. The next morning, I'm unable to get out of bed. The TI is screaming at me to get out of bed. I roll off the cot and slowly pick myself up. He's still yelling at me, but I'm in the days where I'm just not feeling anything. Everything is surreal. They make me march down to sick call. 2 T's yell at me along the way because I hadn't shaved. I stare at them in a stupor. Sick call in basic training is about a 4-hour process. At hour 2, as I'm sitting at the end of the aisle of the line of individual chairs, I fall off my plastic chair onto my side into the main aisle. Everything is getting darker, and all I can feel is how nice and cool the floor feels on my face. After a period of time, not sure how long, a major kneels down next to me and asks me if I'm okay. All I can do is shake my head no. I'm comforted that someone is with me, holding me. I close my eyes. My world shuts off. I'm no one and nothing, but the darkness is real. Someone starts speaking to me in the darkness, and I let go. I'm dead on the floor, and I'm okay with leaving the world behind. Something shoves me backwards, like I'm in a hyper roller coaster going backwards, in the darkness. I open my eyes. I felt blissful, and did not want to come back. The major who found me on the floor, 2 captains. One of them being the one who diagnosed me with bronchitis, a second LT, a RSMSGT, a TSGT, and an A1C are all in a half circle at the foot of my bed. The captain gasped, put her hands on her mouth, and got teary-eyed. I'm soaked with sweat. No one tells me what is going on, but I feel like a human. When the TSGT gives me a new shirt, I thought it unbelievable that they could be so kind. Which is faked. They are making conversation with me, but I'm still in unfeeling death mode. I had peace. I was trying to stay there. The room clears. I finally start coming back to life. I ask the A1C who was tending to me what happened. She said, they all thought you were dead. She shows me my vitals. Blood ox of 84%, heart rate at 218, BP of 86/62. They couldn't feel my pulse and thought I was gone. Pneumonia. I can't not cry when telling this story. The emotion of death is the ultimate letting go. I wish I could feel that peaceful again. I definitely changed. My anger from the past disappeared. I take solace in knowing my mom and sister didn't get a call saying I died on a cold tile floor because of inadequate care, but I long for that feeling point the soul is real. I T-boned a low-loader trailer on a motorbike and got thrown down the road like a rag doll. I saw it all happen in slow motion, the headlight go into the trailer, then my thigh hit the cluster switches. As I lay on the road I could tell my right leg was bent in ways it shouldn't bend, but my biggest worry was the hot blood pouring across my face like from a tap. I figured I'd fractured my skull, because I heard an almighty crack when my head hit the road. The thoughts of inevitable brain damage from a bleed on the brain is the most fear I've ever experienced in my life. I then blacked out, and it seemed, when I opened my eyes, that I was staring directly at the sun as the light was blindingly bright. So I closed my eyes and laid back. I literally thought I was sunbathing. As I lay there enjoying the warmth, I could feel I was surrounded by my family and everyone was happy, and this filled me with a feeling of absolute contentment and love. I can only describe it as pure bliss, and is my happiest memory. As I lay there, every so often I would remember the accident, but I would dismiss it and push it out of my mind. It kept coming back, a little more of the accident each time and more vivid, until eventually I thought to myself, I'm glad that was a dream. No sooner had I thought that, my next thought was, no, that's reality. I better go back and sure everything's okay. And I woke up to the sound of someone running towards me. She looked down at me and gasped, covering her mouth with both hands, and said, "Oh my god, your nose is broken." That was the greatest sense of relief I've ever experienced to this day. The next person on the scene was a diver with deep sea search and rescue. He put me in the recovery position, took care of me, and helped the ambulance crew when they got there. To every first responder, rescue worker, paramedic, doctor, surgeon, and nurse, sincerely thank you for your service. Thank you for the comfort and care you give, and for every life you've saved. And also, thanks for saving my leg. I have a rare disease that causes extreme muscle fatigue and occasional muscle failure, including respiratory muscles. During a recent crisis, I went into respiratory failure and ceased breathing in the back of the ambulance en route to the hospital specializing in my disease. It's a 2-hour ride. I was bad when we left, but crashed on the way. The last 20 minutes in, I stopped breathing completely. I was bagged and technically unresponsive for a small amount of time. I was intubated and placed on life support immediately upon arrival. I knew I was fading fast and could feel my body tiring and giving BBN up, and in the moment, I was okay with it. I had been fighting so hard. The overwhelming feeling of starving for air is both terrifying and exhausting. I said a prayer to myself and was okay with it. I was so tired, I stopped trying and accepted that it was going to be okay. I remember closing my eyes and then just darkness. Nothing else. Sometime later, I woke up. I felt the breathing tube and could not move at all. I was completely paralyzed. My eyelids would open. I could look around but nothing else. I was able to think. I was terrified. I knew I was alive. I didn't know if I had locked-in syndrome, if I had suffered some type of brain damage from lack of oxygen. I could hear my family talking, nurses and doctors around me. I had no idea what was happening, and they had no idea I was somewhat awake. Finally, my husband came over and saw my eyes open. After several hours, my feeling returned. I was still under paralysis meds to keep me intubated, so the life support machine could be more effective. I had indeed stopped breathing entirely in the ambulance and had to be intubated immediately upon entering the ER. I was out for 4 days. During that time, I saw or heard nothing. And when I felt that death was coming, I was calm. I was too tired to continue to fight. It was a peaceful feeling. The calmness of it actually may have helped me. Had I panicked, I may have caused my breathing to be further compromised and been too far gone when I got to the ER. I'm thankful to the staff at Chapel Hill for saving my life, yet again. My mother had died for a short time when she was around 20 years old. She was on parking her motorcycle in front of a bar when a large truck swerved off the road and took out the entire row of motorcycles. She got crunched by them and had some serious surgeries done on her left arm. She only got back around 75% range of motion point, but anyway while she was never hooked up to anything that could verify if she coded, she is very confident that she died. She has a very clear and vivid memory that she can describe in scary details. She was floating above her body, around 10-15 feet in the air, watching her biker friends prying the now mangled motorcycles off of her while the paramedics began doing CPR. She described it as watching a scenario where you have no feelings on the result, but are just interested in seeing what happens. Along the lines of watching someone build a chair. You don't care about them or the chair necessarily, but you might be a little curious what the chair looks like. So you decide to finish watching. She watched the paramedics work and eventually felt a pull towards her body. She remembers closing her eyes and then looking through foggy vision at the paramedics working on her. She described the same peaceful state that others in this thread has. But she wasn't sure if it was so much peaceful, as it was just such a drastic contrast to the immense pain she was in when she woke up. I'm pretty sure I died in a car accident 2 weeks shy of my 19th birthday. I say pretty sure because there was no doctors on the scene or anything. I only remember this now because I told my then girlfriend and the nurse that night in the hospital. But I remember getting out of the car and turning and looking at it, and the other guy that died was there too. I could see us in the car and standing outside. He said something to me that I didn't understand, and I could hear sirens coming and watched people gathering along the road. Everything started getting dark around the edges like tunnel vision until there was just one point of light in my vision with rainbow-like colors at the edge. The other guy slapped me and my vision expanded again, and he yelled at me to get in the car and started to walk up the road. I remember looking at this one lady in blue jeans and a bright red shirt with the most crystal blue eyes standing with the others. She had this look of horror on her face and she was looking right at me where I stood. And then I was in the car trying to breathe like when you get the wind knocked out of you. Gasping at that first breath. It took them a while to get me out of the car. Had to use that big circular saw thing to cut the door off. When they got me on the gurney I was looking for that lady and I didn't see her at first. When I finally did see her I smiled and she smiled back and started crying. It wasn't until the next day after surgery that they told me my friend had died. I have similar experience with my father. Even though he was not dead, he was in intensive care and he could die any moment since risks was so high. After he got out the intensive care, he told me that he went to another district, which was about couple hours far from our current hospital, and he got washed there with cold water, like he was dead. We told him he saw a dream, and it is not real and so on, but he was convinced that it was real. I saw the look on his eye and I almost even believed what he had said, since he was really serious. After a week, when he got out of hospital, he got sick again one morning and had to go hospital again. We called ambulance and wanted him to go closest hospital there is, but no. Almost every hospital was full at that time and they couldn't transfer him, so he had to go to one of the furthest hospital in my city, which was actually outside of the city. That night we lost him, and during his funeral, I connected the dots. The hospital he died was in the same location he mentioned he went a week ago. I couldn't believe it was happening, and no one at that panic moment could realize it was about to happen exactly he said he would. Later on my family and I thought that he wanted one more week to spend with his family before his death, and that was his last wish which had granted to him. We will never know what was it all about, and I'm not a religious person at all, but this is something that I'm never going to forget rest of my life. I guess fate is something we cannot run from. I didn't have a very cool experience like some of the people mentioned here. I died back in 2002 I think. Basically I was born with a birth defect on one of my lungs that caused it to continually collapse throughout my life, which was painful, but I didn't know what it was, so I just assumed I pulled a muscle or something. Then in 2002 when I was 19/20 I was straining my arms high above my head to clean something at work and felt something pop and the pulled muscle pain came back. It had happened at least a dozen times throughout my life, so I thought nothing of it. The next morning, when I woke up, I couldn't stand up. Even trying to roll over on my side caused such excruciating pain in my chest that I had to crab walk on my back out of bed to the bathroom just to pee, which took some clever maneuvering as well. My mother came to my apartment on her lunch break and said I probably had a bacterial infection, gave me some antibiotics she had left over, and put the messenger in the DVD player for me before she went to work. I got pretty woozy around that time as I barely remember the movie, still haven't rewatched it. Is it good? But I know, when it was over I managed to finally stand up to change the DVD, and I passed out face first onto the coffee table. Fortunately once I was horizontal again I woke up. I guess blood wasn't getting to my brain when I stood up or something, and I called my mother back. She called an ambulance and they took me to the hospital. Everybody thought I was on drugs, so they made me walk to the ambulance and then put me in a room for about 20 minutes to wait for an x-ray point. I got my x-ray done and started feeling really faint. Right as I was passing out, a whole team of doctors came running into the room. They had seen in the x-ray results that the birth defect on my lung was torn open and pretty much all of the blood in my body was now in my chest cavity. I don't remember much of what happened next. Like others have said, I knew what was going on, but it didn't feel like it was happening to me. I think the whole out-of-body experience phenomenon just comes from survivors trying to make sense of what they were feeling. I know I wasn't outside of my body, but it also didn't feel like any of it was happening to me. I know from what my mother told me that they wheeled me out of Tridge into one of those emergency cubbies you see in movies. There wasn't really any time to get me into an oar. The doctor cut me open right in front of my mother, and she said blood shot out of me like a fountain. 2 transfusions later I woke up and existed in a state of morphine bliss for 2 months. Sorry if that is long and poorly written. I've never really told anybody this story before. Nothing happens. Upon coming back, you don't even remember being out. If you didn't plan on dying, you die, and when you come back, your brain refuses to believe what happened. It's a bad dream that doesn't make sense and you can't wake up fully because you're in the hospital and drugged so that you don't feel the pain of what you've done to yourself. It seems preferable to have died, to come out of nothing and go into the fruits of such chaos. The nurses told me I was lucky to have survived, and I only thought so for my family. Having crossed over and back, I'd love a quick trip to No More Land when I'm all done here. Point. If this upsets you, it's just my experience. Maybe I needed to be dead longer to see your god or devil. Coming back was the craziest part. You dream while you are surrounded by whatever, but it gets mixed around as you reboot. We are complex bio machines, and lights out is just that. Malfunctioning brains do make quite a story out of it. Don't die, just find some mushrooms and call it good. Ego death was more fun than actual death. Point. You are so faking lucky to be alive. If you're not happy, please change it. Seriously, I never even knew anyone cared about me until then. I'm so sorry for all the pain I put them through. There's no doubt that my purpose is to appreciate the gift of life, and even still I just get sick of it. There's no big surprise. It's just being mindful and appreciating the beauty in relationships and experiences. I was in a traumatic accident. My skull was caved in, teeth retired, raw all over, hands and junk okay, eyes still good, but just faked. Apparently you need blood to live. Point. Any other time and they couldn't have saved my ass. As hopeless as it seems, it's been a boost. This is all we got, and nothing matters. That makes this run really matter. We are cute like how we see social animals. We matter to each other. Due to suffering from depression, alienation, near daily hallucinations of me being tortured or murdered for thousands/tens of thousands of years each time, mild schizophrenia, and a form of multiple personalities, since I was 7, now 28, my heart has dealt with a severe amount of stress. I ended up having 3 heart attacks before I was 24. Luckily the first 2 were only mild, but the third one killed me. I was technically dead for only 139, since my mom saw me having the heart attack and immediately called 911. Luckily we live less than 5 miles from the medical center, so the ambulance was at our house in no time. Now what I seemed to experience when I was dead was just an endless void of darkness. It was as if I had been sucked into a black hole. I felt like I was being crushed by the weight of the darkness around me, and when I tried to speak there was nothing. Then I realized that all the voices I usually hear were gone and all there was complete silence. I couldn't move, hear, see, feel, speak, or even breathe, and it seemed like I was stuck in that void for years. Then I suddenly was blinded as the EMTs restarted my heart with a defibrillator. I basically went into sensory overload and began shaking. I've told my psychiatrist and therapist about what I experienced, and they both believe what I experienced was probably due to my severe chemical imbalances and my mind not being able to handle what was happening. The one good thing that came out of this was that ever since then I have never once entertained the thought of suicide. After all, my life may be a constant stream of pain and madness, but I'll take even my most horrific hallucinations over going back to that void. TLDR, mental illness is equals stress equals third heart attack. Nothing but a empty crushing void that seemed to never end despite only being dead. 139. I technically died twice, though the first time was argued somewhat by those present. I drowned at my local pool when I was 12 thanks to some kid pushing me under one of those massive inflatables they put out during the summer holidays, used for general craziness and occasionally events. I very quickly lost all sense of where I was, panicked, and in a ditch attempt to push up to the surface to get air, actually just inhaled a load more water. I remember the extreme pressure and burning pain, ironically I guess. Then, nothing, or more specifically being aware there wasn't anything. Like no specific senses, but an all-encompassing sense of existing in nothing. Time was pretty meaningless, like I see a lot of people mention. It could have been hours. Apparently it was about a minute or two before someone got the attention of a lifeguard who dove in, dragged me out, and managed to get my heart beating again following a small bowl of water spill out. The next thing I remember was what I can only describe as what I would imagine birth would be like had you suddenly had access to all your senses. 12 years of memories, be that as they were, and self-awareness all in a couple of seconds. Pretty intense. The second was actually due to a pretty extreme reaction to a local anesthetic I had been given due to undergoing some oral surgery just a couple of years back. I'm 34 now. Here were a few more details that stayed with me. This one actually made me question a few things which I doubt I'll get the answer to anytime soon. Basically, from the moment the reaction occurred I pretty much blacked out. I was told there was brief seizing, though I don't recall that. The interesting part was the whole experience of the time I was out was a totally silent log flume ride where, loosely based I think on one I went on when I was younger, I got on, alone, went down arms up but facial non-reactive, otherwise a standard log ride, water and all. I remember viewing it as if from third person. The interesting part was the very moment I reached the bottom I regained consciousness in the waiting room of the clinic. I cannot account for the timing of this. It was a while after this more recent experience that I noticed the water element had carried through. More interestingly, however, after researching with the parentals about the log flume I had been on when I was younger, as it seemed to be based on, that was actually the day before I died the first time back, when I was 12. No me, but my dad. He went into hospital for emergency surgery on his bowels, but then after the surgery had full organ failure. Heart, kidneys, liver, lungs, bowels, everything. He was in the ICU for 31 days. They woke him up after about a week and a half, and he was really up and down. He'd start getting better, and then something would happen, and they'd have to put him to sleep again. This happened over and over and over. One time he woke up, and things were looking really great. I lived and worked 80 miles away at the time, so I'd been going there and back every day after work and every weekend. He was in such a good way that I wasn't going to go that weekend. As per usual, I called the hospital to see how he was, and they said that out of nowhere his heart had stopped, and they had to do CPR. His heart stopped for 3 minutes and they finally brought him back. When he was lucid again I asked him what happened, and he said he just went to sleep, no pain even with his heart stopping, but he was on a metric sheet ton of drugs, and it was black. Then all of the sudden really bass wire music started playing. Then he was standing over a coffin, with two people at either end, all silhouetted, and this green fog started circling, and the music got louder and louder, and he was floating closer and closer to the coffin, and then eventually the music crescendoed, poor spelling, and suddenly he heard Richard, which was probably one of the nurses, and he came back to life again. He said he wasn't scared, and felt really peaceful. He was just really happy to go, wherever he was going at that point. He's not a religious man, and says he never will be, so I 100% believe him. I'm sure this will be lost by now, but wanted to share my old man's story. He loves telling it to people. Not so much an NDE in the typical sense of the word, but definitely an almost about to die experience. Context: height of Salvadoran Civil War. My parents-in-law were teachers, and thus automatically considered lefties. The country didn't want their people, that is the poor, which was most of them, to be educated, so naturally they went for the teachers quite early on. My Phil was arrested, put in prison, and knew he would eventually die there. One random day, he was told to kneel down, had a gun put to his head, and he knew, or somehow his soul knew, I don't, but whatever, that he was about to leave this world. He said he could feel his soul quite literally leaving from the back of his head and neck, something I've commonly heard. However, in a last moment of sheer luck, no, none of this is made up, he was spared. One of the military kids, a lot of them were just kids at the time, recognized him as his teacher from primary school, and had somehow managed to convince the guards that he was no threat to them, he was on their side, etc. A little extra story, for those who want it. That night, when he gratefully returned home, he told his wife to pack whatever they could, take their two sons, which included a 1-year-old, now my husband, and move north. Alas, they eventually arrived in America as war refugees, and have never returned since. Well, unfortunately there was nothing, and no one, to return to, so, anyone else have that soul leaving back of neck feeling just prior to an NDE? Kind of the opposite of most of the people here. Death is kind of like a dreamless sleep. No thoughts, no dreams, no colors, just nothing. Like a nothing. The absence of any consciousness. Previous to this experience I did not fear death. I didn't want to die, and I was not looking forward to the pain that could be associated with dying. In some ways I was afraid of the potential pain that might come with dying. The different ways I could die scarred me, because I didn't want to suffer, but death itself never scared me. Since my near-death experience, or non-experience, I have come to fear death, and appreciate life so much more. I now fear death, because I did not experience any heaven or hell or anything whatsoever. Just non-consciousness like a dreamless sleep, but you will never wake up. That makes me sad and scared. But it also makes me appreciate life so much more. I realize that I took for granted consciousness and waking life. Just the fact that we are conscious beings is a miracle in itself. To be aware my own self is a gift that I do not take lightly anymore, because I know what is like once it becomes extinguished, and it's a non-thinking non-conscious nothing, forever. I would like to think that, after being dead for longer, that I would find myself somewhere, or even have the ability to realize being, but I don't know if that will happen further down the journey of what was a non-being of nothing, but I'm not counting on it, so I appreciate myself and everything and everyone I love so much more. I recommend you do the same, because even if I'm wrong, or if my death experience is different than yours will be, you lose nothing by appreciating life to the fullest, and loving your loved ones as hard as you can. Late to the party, but as a kid, I had ongoing asthma issues. When I was in middle school, we went on a family trip to Vegas, and I ended up unwillingly inhaling a lot of secondhand cigarette smoke and continually using an inhaler. When we got home, I felt really tired, even though it was the middle of the day, and laid down in my bed to watch TV and take a nap. The kind of tired you get when you've had a long day and lay down, and it feels amazingly peaceful. Had a nice, deep dreamless sleep. Complete blackness. Then when I came to, it felt like I was paralyzed, couldn't see, couldn't speak, couldn't move, and heard the panicked voices of my parents and EMT people moving me around on a stretcher / in the ambulance. Apparently I had stopped breathing and had no pulse for who knows how long before my mom realized that I wasn't ignoring her calling my name or taking a nap and started doing CPR on me and calling 911. My mom later said that I was delirious and saying weird things when I came back after being revived, but I'm pretty sure that was the time when I felt like I was paralyzed and couldn't see/speak. I went back under, and when I woke up in the hospital I'm not sure if they had me on a ton of sedatives, but it was the most exhausted feeling I've felt in my entire life. Took days before I had enough energy to walk again. I was a somewhat bitter person before then, and afterwards I was still bitter, but more apathetic, because I knew that death is peaceful darkness. It's nice learning about the similar experiences that others have had, not that they had them, though. On September 14, 2015 I walked into the girls' bathroom at school and swallowed an estimate of 96 sleeping pills with full intention to kill myself. I went back to class. A teacher was trying to calm me down. This motherly teacher who had fed children and bought them clothes and supplies and had 6 children of her own. I felt safe with her. Safe enough to tell her what I had done. I quietly sobbed mommy I took too many pills to her and watched her face go white with fear. She carried me to the hallway and I could hear a voice in my head telling me I needed to live. The voice shouted at me demanding to know what the fuck I'd let the world do to me and told me I wasn't allowed to die. But then the voice was gentle, and it began to tell me not to die. As I was rushed into the nurse's office and loaded into an ambulance I could only think of what was happening around me. As the pills went into effect, I feared death for a moment and only a moment. As the drivers shut the door behind me, I remember feeling dizzy, too dizzy to look out the window. The EMT told me to try my hardest not to fall asleep. I was dizzy, but I fought to keep my eyes open, as I wanted to remember my last glimpses of the world. But my eyelids were heavy. I remember whispering I'm sorry ma'am to the EMT as I drifted away, because I could not stay awake any longer. I stared out the window and I couldn't remember if we left or not. As I had passed out. I had 3 seizures and died for approximately 2 to 3 minutes. My experience with death was darkness. My conscience was freaking out, so I was listening to myself screaming and then quoting for the few precious moments Alter IBN. Lahad was dead, he was at peace. And I was at peace. It was mostly darkness, and I just remember telling myself nothing could hurt me anymore, because I was dead. I was totally surrounded by darkness. But it wasn't a scary darkness. I remember being at peace for the first time in months and I remember feeling safe. And then they got my heart started up again, and I remember waking up screaming, before collapsing back onto the hospital bed and falling into coma. Fun fact, I did spend about 2 weeks in a coma, and on my sister's phone there is a video of me singing Staying Alive while in a coma. I have a fairly unique perspective because unfortunately, I cannot be fully anesthetized. Under the effects of a heavy dose, I lose most of the sensation of pain, but I can still feel pressure, if that makes sense. I'm also conscious, though I feel groggy like I just woke up after sleeping particularly hard 6 years ago. A hole in one of the valves of my heart turned into a tear. The hole was originally a birth defect, but years of athletics had caused that valve to weaken. It was no longer closing all the way and I just felt like I could never catch my breath. It had to be fixed endoscopically. Surgeons went in through my inner thigh and worked their way up to my heart. They stopped my heart, fixed the tear, then restarted it. Though heavily sedated, I was conscious throughout the entire experience. Because my heart was otherwise healthy, I was not put on a heart bypass machine, so I was clinically dead for around 40 to 50 seconds. Instead, I was on a ventilator, but they had a plan for open my chest in an emergency if something went wrong. My heart was stopped. Relaxed was the term the surgeon used, with some sort of potassium solution. I immediately felt my heart stop, and this is going to sound corny, but I had an overwhelming feeling of utter doom. Time slowed down. I felt parts of my body going offline. I wanted to signal for help, but I just couldn't. After what felt like several minutes, my vision started to get far away, like I was rapidly moving below the operating table. A ringing and popping sounds in my ears slowly faded out, like I was getting further away from it to point then I saw nothing, heard nothing, smelled nothing, felt nothing. It's very hard to explain, because the first question people always ask is you just saw black? I didn't see black, I saw nothing. It's not like closing your eyes, it's more like not having eyes. I had the sense that I was falling, but I couldn't feel air rushing around me. Despite that feeling, I really didn't seem bothered by falling, it just felt right. I have no sense of how long that lasted. Coming back was a violent experience. To get the relaxing chemical out of my heart and restore a normal heartbeat, they had to shock my heart from the inside using the endoscope. Everything was turned back on, but since I went from 0 to 10 instantly, I just couldn't make sense of it. Everything was too bright, everything was too loud, it felt like a truck had been parked on top of my chest and was crushing me. Thousands of tiny needles were stabbing every part of my body from every direction, and I had the overwhelming taste and smell of copper in my mouth and sinuses. I tried desperately to breathe, before realizing that the ventilator was doing it for me. I tried to remove it, but I was restrained. After what seemed like several minutes, my vision focused, and my brain started picking out voices and beeps among all the noise. My anesthesiologist was asking me if I was okay. I couldn't speak because of the ventilator, so I nodded my head a little. After my heart rhythm stabilized, they removed the endoscope, which felt like it was tens of feet long. They closed the wound in my leg, then removed the ventilator. My heart valve had been successfully repaired. I was up and walking just an hour later. They removed my catheter sometime that night, and I was released from the hospital the next morning. I had on some potent hallucinogens shortly after high school, 5-MeO-AMT. Because of the drugs, I suspect my experience was quite different than others. I was most likely dying for a while actually. I recall the whole universe slowly being sucked into my belly button, and a tremendous guilt, because I was sucking up all of reality, and well, that's not cool of me. It's important to mention that hallucinations at this point were so strong that I was not present/aware of the physical room I was actually in. Eventually this process stopped. Everything had been absorbed into my navel, and all that was left was a darkness, a void of types. Somehow, which I still cannot explain, I knew I was dying. This void however was warm and comfortable. Surprisingly, like others in this thread have described. I remember thinking this is it for me, but that's okay. Everyone dies, and this is now my time, and that's perfectly okay. There was no regret, no panic, just overwhelming comfort. I will forever be grateful to my friends that evening for recognizing the need to call EMTs, and whomever invented the defibrillator. Eyewitnesses say my heartbeat only stopped for a few seconds. I have no desire to die anytime soon, but I no longer fear it as I once might have. My doctor also says he has no idea what or why, but my blood pressure has been close to perfect ever since. This was now nearly 15 years ago. And while I'm now overweight, a former smoker, and heavy drinker, my blood pressure is still near perfect. When I was 16 I was at my house chilling on my computer, when all of a sudden I get a pain in my chest. It gets worse and worse, and I can feel my heart beating faster and more irregularly. I then felt myself passing out, and my girlfriend at the time decided she was gonna call an ambulance. The ambulance gets to my house and the EMTs are checking me out, but I'm getting worse. At this point I can't breathe, and my lips are turning blue, because I'm not getting enough oxygen, so they take me to the hospital. At this point I remember my mind was really clear, but I kept thinking that I was one of those mystery death cases and they weren't gonna know what was wrong with me. I'm at the hospital now waiting for a doctor, and finally they start doing some tests, but my condition starts to worsen. It gets so bad that eventually I'm in a coma. I remember falling into the coma quite vividly. It was like falling asleep almost, except you never remember falling asleep. I remember feeling my eyes slowly shut and my body slowly losing control. My fingers stopped responding to my commands, then my arms and legs, and then I couldn't sit up. Even though I was pushing myself so hard my body wouldn't listen. I thought I was dying, and as the last bit of sound started fading away and light started disappearing I remember thinking how okay I was with it all. It felt like this was it, and it had to happen, and there was nothing I could do than just accept it. Point at the end of it all, when I woke up it turned out I was in the coma for 3 days and the reason why my condition dropped so rapidly was because I had a viral infection in my heart. My heart was saved, and I got to go home a few days later. Couldn't go back to school for a while though. I'm still surprised at how okay I was with dying, because normally I'm terrified of it. I had a terrible car accident 11 years ago. I had been faking up in life pretty bad and just had no direction, and didn't know what I wanted to do. I partied a lot, drinking at the bar, and driving myself home almost every night. Every time I did this, I'd pray that somehow my truck would crash into a pole and I'd be killed somehow. But nothing ever. Even went through a sobriety checkpoint, and passed no problem right before Christmas despite having been drinking for 8 hours. I was getting tired of the bar scene and the way my life was going, but I had no idea how to pull myself out. So I packed a bag and backpacked through Europe for a month to find myself. Came back home and felt great. Until 2 nights later, when I found myself at the bar telling my friends my stories of travel. I really hadn't been drinking, because I was talking so much, but I got a call saying that a friend was having a party at his house and to come over. I figured perfect. I can get drunk and sleep there. I never wore a seatbelt until this night. For some reason I was afraid that a drunk driver was going to hit me, so I put it on. When I started the truck I said to myself that the car was too big for me to drive, but of course I said fuck it, and started heading over. I hadn't driven for a month. There was a big curve in the road and of course as a young kid I was speeding, and I looked down for a half a second to change the CD track, and when I looked up traffic was at a dead stop. I barely had the thought that this was going to hurt as I made impact. I had a Lexus RX 300 and hit a Dodge Ram on a lift, causing his bumper to hit my grill and the engine came back, crushing my legs. Airbags deployed, windshield spidered, steering wheel into my chest, and I felt the snap of my neck. And then there was just blackness. Total blackness and a deafening silence. That silence was the loudest thing I ever heard. The movies really do a good job of showing this. The blackness looked like when it's snowing and you look into the backyard and then someone turns on a light. It's not scary but peaceful. I remember thinking, oh my god, I just died. But I was totally okay with it because I had this weird like safe feeling. I can see the scene of the accident but everything is from up and behind myself. I can see myself sitting in that car and the people walking up to it asking if I'm okay. But I can't hear anything at all. Just mouths moving. A man came up to me and said I'm the limo driver, and I asked him if he was taking me to heaven or hell, and he looked at me weird. Apparently the Dodge hit a limo. I know some people say there's no God, but that simply isn't true. That night I heard him and I saw his face. Only his face, and he looked like he was mad at me, and he leaned his face towards mine and said, "This is your last chance." I knew it wasn't my time, and I had to go back. I woke up on the curb and I have no idea how all those ambulances and fire trucks got there, or really how I even ended up sitting on that curb, because my lower left leg was basically detached from the top and just dangling there. I crushed my own leg between the seat and the dash. Someone gave me a cell phone to call my family. I wish I could remember that young man's face, but it was like he walked over, handed me the cell phone, and then was gone. They told me they had to bring me to the hospital, and I said no, it's okay, God is watching me, and the cop turned around and said no, you're getting in this goddamned ambulance. I waited a really long time for the ray tech to come and image my legs. When he finally got there he apologized for taking so long, but that there was a horrible accident on Main Street and he was stuck in traffic, and he was sure that those people would be rolling in soon. I said yeah, that's the car I was in. He said no, there's no way you were in that accident, and you're talking to me now. I said yay, the white Lexus truck. He said he couldn't even tell what kind of car it was. I said well, was it a white SUV? He said yay, and I said yay, that's the car I was in. He just stared at me in disbelief. They ended up pinning my leg straight for 3 months, then it was months of physical therapy to learn to walk again and bend my leg. It was horrible. It took about 2 days for me to realize what had happened and the amount of damage to my legs. Then for 3 days straight I did nothing but cry. Wailing crying. After those 3 days it felt like all my depression and loneliness just went away, like as if it was some demon trying to get inside me and they just gave up and left. From that day forward I have never wasted a single moment of my life. I got my act together, went back to school to become a nurse and totally changed my life around. I always say my car accident was the greatest catastrophe that ever happened to me, and I'm so thankful that it happened. Sometimes it makes my husband upset when I tell him don't ever resuscitate me for any reason, just let me go. Not that I want to die, of course I don't. But I'm not afraid of it at all. Death is not a bad thing. There's something beautiful and peaceful over there. Well, I was not dead for long. Maybe 2 to 5 minutes, where they had no pulse, if you can believe the stories. Didn't experience it myself as I was unconscious at that time and quite young. Backstory basically was a yard brawl that ended with me getting stabbed 3 times, losing lots of blood. I remember it feeling hot and wet inside my stomach. Stabbing area, I started to feel lightheaded, like when you are about to fall asleep, and the lighter I felt the lesser the pain was. Though eventually headaches started. Don't have any memories of visuals anymore. I think there was darkness and a deep pressing pain. I was thinking of letting it all go. I was still a pretty stupid child back then. Teenager years. Everything sucked, life was terrible. I thought I can just go, die and be done with it all. And I think child me really died that moment. But something else surfaced somehow. Just a though, or feeling, telling me to breath, to stop worrying about the future or about why my life is worthless, because it all did not matter right now. Breath, stay, focus. Keep your heart pumping, don't let them slash it. I have still no idea who those they were, or I was thinking it, but I felt so angry at them slash it. Might have been my brain, somehow processing the attack, and starting to cope with it. Rationally that might explain the anger and hate I felt directed at something slash someone. Waking up was a bit like trying to do a push-up with eyes closed, and a lot of weight on you. After waking up it took a lot of time, until I was able to do a push-up or sit up again though. I have never been clinically dead, but I'd like to share my story. During a family camping trip in the Sierra Nevada mountains, we had walked to a swimming area with a waterfall and a big open area to swim. Water rushing around 58-degree water temp, strong current, very loud, especially underwater. All you could hear is the waterfall. We had been swimming for about an hour and my sister and I were wrestling over standing on a submerged rock in the middle of this swimming area. I had started to get tired, and she pushed me off the rock so she could stand on it. Tired, I reached and grabbed her arm. Thinking we were wrestling, she pushed me away, and I was treading water, slowly drifting with the current. My head started to go under, and I would recover and come up for air until finally I went under and didn't have the energy to surface. As I went under I could only hear the rushing water. The cold water stopped being cold, and I felt this warmth wash over me. It felt warm, like the most comfortable bed in the middle of a cold winter. I was so sleepy and closed my eyes and saw only black. Even the noise from the water disappeared. I remember thinking, I just want to stay here and sleep so bad. I was so comfortable I was ready to just sleep. I was probably only under for a few seconds, but something made me realize I wasn't in bed. Instantly the loud rushing of water seemed amplified. With my eyes closed I started shaking my head to wake up. I opened my eyes and could see the light as I looked up and swam as hard as I could to the surface. When I breached the surface, a family member had grabbed me from a nearby rock that I drifted to and asked if I was okay. All I could say was don't let go. Over and over I had always been afraid of death, but after this experience I think it kind of more scary to know that eventually your body finds a way to make it all okay and comfortable. At the same time it's kind of nice to know that it probably will be peaceful. This is a basic summary of the events which had occurred leading up to and on January 22nd, 2003. On that cold winter morning, I was fortunate to have the good Lord above grant me both the strength and determination needed to survive the attack and subsequently subdue the shooter. At present, I have 2 bullets lodged in my neck, while 1 bullet remains embedded in my head. On January 22nd, 2003, I was shot 8 times by Billy Glenn Jackson in retaliation for my testimony in a child abuse trial involving an ex-employee named Dawn Teresa Jordan and her husband, 6-time convicted felon Jason Carey Jordan. Dawn Jordan was a former employee and had been embroiled in a child abuse and custodial case in Shelby County Juvenile Court. Jackson arrived at my house at approximately 8 a.m. on the morning of the shooting. He was supposed to be accompanied by Brandon Harbour, another accomplice of Jordan's that backed out at the last minute. The two were instructed to wound me as I answered the front door. One of the assailants hold me while down, while the other held my then 11-year-old daughter as they sliced my neck open. Jordan then wanted them to leave a note on my body which stated, "Don't fuck with Jason Jordan." These people obviously have zero regard for both life and the mental welfare of children. According to an investigation by the Shelby County Sheriff's Department, Jason Jordan would drive through the Nutbush neighborhood and recruit young men for criminal endeavors. He prowled the streets in a new black Nissan Terra that was owned by his brother, Memphis Police Department Officer Sean Jordan. He would take his recruits back to his spacious Ellington home which he shared with his brother. Jordan's wife Dawn was a dancer at Platinum Plus and would often have other dancers at the house visiting. He was able to project a larger-than-life persona to this impoverished youth in the manner of fictional movie character Scarface. Billy Glenn Jackson was a 19-year-old that had already managed to acquire a lengthy arrest record as an adult along with a felony conviction for aggravated burglary. He lived in a rundown clapboard house located at 3572 Vivier Street, about 100 yards from my parents' former furniture store at 3526 Jackson Avenue. Prior to that, Jackson was in the custody of the Tennessee Children's Service in Ashland City, Tennessee. He was to be paid $1,000 for his participation in the murder. Jackson listed his employer as MD Roofing, a company owned by Walter Bide of South Haven, Mississippi. Jordan provided Jackson with a .22 caliber Browning target pistol, serial number 51814 USA, for his upcoming deadly task. On January 20, 2003, Jason Jordan walked into Enterprise Car Rental located at 9160 Highway 64 in Lakeland, Tennessee and rented a silver 2002 Chevrolet Malibu, tag TNLJY 270. He then went to Lowe's Home Improvement at 8300 Highway 64 and had a duplicate of the Malibu's key made. Jordan returned the car to Enterprise on January 21 during the afternoon, but returned after the business had closed and drove the car off the lot with the key made at Lowe's. Jackson would drive this car to my house of the morning of January 22, 2003. I heard the doorbell ring and looked downstairs to see an unfamiliar white teenage male dressed in white pants and white bubble coat standing on my front porch. The attire of the young man was quite different from the other teenagers in South Cordova, so I naturally became a bit suspicious. He then began pounding on the door harder and harder. I gathered up my Beretta FS92 9mm handgun and decided to go outside via the garage door and ascertain what the problem was. The Jordan family had been harassing my family for years, so I was somewhat used to this type of occurrence. I also realized that calls to 911 often took 20 minutes or more for officer response. I grabbed the cordless house phone and proceeded out the back door. As I was leaving the garage, I placed a call to my neighbor, Sergeant Mike Schaffer of the Memphis Police Department, which was not answered. I then proceeded through my next door neighbor's residence, the home of Bob and Tony Pittman, toward Schaffer's home. As I was calling Tony Pittman, Jackson jumped from his silver Chevrolet Malibu that was parked in front of the Pittman residence and began firing at me with a Browning .22 caliber long rifle target pistol. I was extremely blessed to have two neighbors, Tony Pittman and Megan War, which were both highly trained medical professionals. When the two began assessing my condition, they both noticed that some of the bullets had not passed through my body. They took off my jacket and began cutting off my sweatshirt to look for pass-through exit wounds. If my recollection serves me correctly, the temperature was about 20 degrees that morning. The combination of cold temperatures and a horrendous loss of blood coupled with an excruciating amount of pain radiating from each wound left me in an overwhelming state of pain. Tony and Megan convinced me to lie on the ground and await the arrival of the EMT unit for further wound assessment. While on the ground, my pain threshold was at its maximum due to both the bullet wounds and cold temperature/loss of blood. Within a minute of being on the ground, I began losing the feeling in both my lower legs and hands/forearms. I quickly came to the realization that my body was going into shock due to the severity of my injuries. By that point, I was actually surprised that I had survived, since I had experienced such a tremendous loss of blood from both the head and neck wounds. At that time, I was convinced that I was very close to drawing my last breath. The series of events which happened next took me completely by surprise and some 16 years later, still managed to amaze me. In the midst of experiencing the most excruciating pain possible, a calm and peaceful feeling started running through both my body and mind. All the pain from my injuries subsided almost instantaneously. I then began to hear the family puppy barking madly inside my house, which is located next door to the shooting site. The barking caused me to glance to my left, where I was startled to see my deceased father and another man that I could not identify standing next to my garage. My father had died in August 1982, so it was a very pleasant surprise to see him again. Within a few seconds, I began to feel extremely lightheaded and my vision began to blur somewhat. I soon started to realize that my time on Earth was coming to a close, and at that point, I was somewhat acceptant of my fate. However, something deep down inside me told that I just couldn't go. My 11-year-old daughter was in the house and the need to be there for her quickly suppressed any thoughts of a joyful reunion with my father. I began to shout at the top of my lungs, which wasn't audible to either Tony or Megan. Jesus, I can't go. Please don't take me. Allison is in the house. Jesus, I have to stay for Allison. Within seconds of my prayer, all the sensations of both my wounds and the cold weather again overcame my body. I immediately stood on my feet to the amazement of both Tony and Megan. I remember Megan telling me lay back down, to which I replied no, if I do I will die again. I don't think she expected or totally understood that response. I remained on my feet until the EMT unit arrived. About 5 minutes later I was subsequently transported to the Regional Medical Center Trauma Center, MED, by the EMT unit. After being stabilized, I was CAT scanned in order for the trauma doctors to have a better understanding of my wounds. When the radiologist released the results, I remember a physician showing me a diagram that indicated that my left carotid artery had been impacted by a bullet. He stated that it was a miracle that the thin wall of the artery had been able to remain intact amidst such a severe wound. The physician further stated that this was the fourth miracle that he had witnessed while serving at the med. He stated the newspaper will have plenty of coverage of your shooting, but they should also include coverage of your miracle. Newspapers don't seem to want to cover religious miracles for some reason. If there is any lesson to be taken from this situation, it would be that God is very real and that prayer can change things. That day I went from having faith in God to have a reality with God. Thank you for letting me share my story. Okay, so this isn't a story about being clinically dead, and after reading all the peaceful comments, I feel I must warn you, this could be unsettling. My auntie had a near-death experience in Paris in about 1990. Before I get into it, let me just say that my auntie is a very level-headed smart woman, basically someone who has credibility and no reason to lie. Anyway, back to the story. So her and my uncle were staying at a hotel in Paris when my auntie became very ill. She was bedridden with what I think was later diagnosed as severe meningitis. Bedridden, she was slipping in and out of consciousness in a very dazed state. Whilst she was telling me this, I asked why my uncle didn't take her to a hospital, but they didn't know how serious her condition was. They thought it was a migraine and that's all. So while she's slipping in and out of consciousness, my uncle asks her if she wants anything from the lobby downstairs as he was getting food. She declined and slipped back into a dazed state. It was while that my uncle had left the room that her condition worsened further and she became extremely dazed, and in this daze, she remembers seeing a figure. The figure was like a dark shadow at first standing in the doorway, but she recalls each time she saw it, it came closer and closer. It wasn't until the shadowy figure was at the end of her bed and she could make out that it was in a hooded robe-like garment and holding what she described as an object that resembled a garden hoe. It wasn't until my uncle came back and rushed her to hospital that she started to recover and remember what happened. She claims it was too real to be a dream, but her memory was foggy, so it easily could have been a nightmare. But regardless, I was spooked. I'm getting goosebumps writing this because it was literally like death was checking on her, maybe trying to entice her to the other side. Point. If anyone had any similar stories, I'd love to hear them. I had a really bad accident on a rig. Some of the details are from the EMT that saved my ass. We were acquaintances in high school, and so he kinda filled me in on what happened. Point. I was thrown from a drilling rig, and when I landed on my head. When the first EMTs arrived, I still had a pulse, but was in really bad shape. I wasn't wearing my FR shirt, so I had burns on my upper body, but I was for sure still alive. They picked me and another guy up first. About 5 minutes after the ambulance left, my heart stopped. They performed CPR, and he said I came back remarkably fast. I actually remember coming to in the ambulance. I remember my whole body was screaming, and it felt like I had fire in my veins. Fight or flight kicked in, and I latched onto a paramedic's hand. I don't know how long I was struggling to breathe, or maybe I was breathing too hard, but I still swear I felt my heart stop. I just didn't hear it anymore. Point. I remember my grandfather, who is still alive, coming before me in this kinda dark abyss. He told me to get up. I started to mouth off, and he interrupted me. He said, "It takes a lot more than a little blowout to kill her. Insert my last name here. Now get yours up." And then I was awake in the hospital. They had kept me under for almost a full day, because apparently when I came into the ER I became a bit violent, and managed to throw a nurse backward hard enough that when he landed he got a pretty bad lump on his head despite only having one functional arm and a broken back. Point. Frankly, it felt I took a 15-minute nap. Minus the whole being refreshed thing. Car accident. Flipped it a few times on the freeway after spinning out on black ice and hitting a ditch. I was going about 60 miles per hour, and the odd thing was that I didn't hear a thing. You'd think a 2-ton machine flipping and 9mm rear end would be loud. Point. I remember seeing the car flipping from an outside perspective on in the side of the road and thinking I at least got a hell of a good roller coaster ride at the end. I ended up suspended upside down in the vehicle, not breathing and no pulse. The roof of the car crushed in enough to crack my skull and cause severe bleeding. Point. It was incredibly serene. I saw a guy from the Air Force come up to the car and break the windshield and cut me loose, then performed CPR. I could feel it happening, but it was like feeling a constant thumping, like really loud drums from a distance. Then I felt a hand on my shoulder, and an old friend who'd passed before me told me I could choose to stay with him or go back. I don't remember what I said, but he hugged me, and I felt the most peaceful bliss come over me. Then he walked away, telling me he'd wait until I came again. Point. I felt like I was being pulled by a strong wind, and next thing I knew, I was in the hospital. I thought that I'd made the right choice in waiting, and didn't feel upset that I was back like a lot of people on this thread. I realized it'll come when it comes, and that I should make the best of the time I've got until then. Point. Left the hospital 6 days later, with the only injury being the skull fracture. Somehow there was no permanent damage and I'm 100% 5 years later. I was surfing, and I caught a bad wave, and ended up in a washing machine cycle, where I was being held down. I fought like hell to get back to the surface, but then the fight just kind of faded away, and I was floating. The bubbles were beautiful with the sun shining down, and I could see all the colors, like they were getting brighter and brighter. It was one of the most beautiful things I have ever seen, and I had stopped caring about living. It was like I had resigned myself to the death that was coming. Then it faded, and I went away. It was black but not black. Voices, people, and memories seemed to be zooming by, and then silence. There is a tranquility and a peace I can't put in words. Like I was alright with everything. There is portions I don't remember, like something hanging in the distance that you can't quite make out but almost recognize. Then I felt like I was being slowly lifted upward. Sounds that were distant and far away grew closer and closer. There was immense pressure on my chest and pain, but like the sounds it had started far away and grew larger. Imagine being in a deep hole and slowly you are rising to the surface. Then boom, I was awake, coughing and gasping. So much pain though. I was throwing up too. When I looked up there was this huge faking crowd all staring down at me. Some of the people I had gone to the beach with were sobbing. The lifeguard and this other woman had this look on their face, like they were immensely relieved and shocked. They had this look of disbelief and I could hear an ambulance in the background. I was trembling and couldn't stop. I was in the hospital for a few days and ended up with a type of pneumonia. I had some cracked ribs and my sternum was fractured. I had fractured it once before, so it basically refractured over the same area. If you want to know what that feels like, it's like somebody hitting you as hard as they can in the center of your chest and then staying that way. You can't lift anything, can't breath deep, etc. I ended up with a loss of 20% lung function from the ordeal from scar tissue. You would think this was the end, but about 4 years after my best friend and best man at my wedding died. He was 21. About a year after that I went to sleep, and the same feeling of when I died came back over me, except I found myself on a bank of a river and walking to a willow tree, and there was my friend standing there. We talked for a while. He gave me a message to tell his brother and then said he would be waiting for me when it was my time to come home. I told his brother about the dream and told him what his brother had given me to tell him, and he just started crying. I don't remember the message I told him, but I remember that dream crystal clear, like it had just happened. It gives me a lot of comfort. Dunno if I was technically dead or not, but I've got a story to tell. Born 2 months premature with a variety of heart conditions in cardiac arrest. So they took me immediately from my mom, and I was blue in the face. My aunt, who was the first of my family to see me, didn't know how to tell my mom I was dead. Anyway, they put an infant defibrillator on, shocked me, and got me living. I was way too young to remember anything at that point, but being born preemie left me with tricuspid regurgitation, a parachute mitral valve, and Wolff Parkinson White. Anyway, I go on with my life and never have any symptoms to my knowledge of any of these. 30 years later, I finally get good enough health insurance to go see a cardiologist. I am doing alright, but he wants to run an ultrasound, just to be sure. That gets scheduled, and the nurse, I don't remember who actually did the ultrasound, but she thought she saw something and wanted to call in another nurse because she thought she saw something, but couldn't be sure. That's fine. Inject me with some aerated saline if you think it will help. So, yeah, she and the doctor are referring me to a cardiac MRI. After 2 of those, I learn I also had an atrial septal defect. I looked up some stats, and the chances of me just randomly dropping dead from heart failure in 20 years was frighteningly high. I want that fixed. More referrals, more tests. It seems like the cardiac surgeon wanted me more than the electrocardiologist, so they go after the holes in my heart instead of the electrical issues first, because they could no longer find the WPW. I had a choice. It was getting near the end of the plan year, and I have time for one open heart or a cardiac ablation. Since they couldn't find the WPW, my doctors convinced me to go with the open heart. Discharged Christmas Day 2016. The next day, I kinda remember going to Walmart. People in checkout were glaring at this drugged up 30-year-old in a wheelchair. Anyway, remember the WPW? Tuesday I woke up in the morning to go to the bathroom. Passed out. Tried again. Passed out again. Tried one more time. Almost ended on the floor. Woke my then fiance up to try to help me get there because damn it, I really had to pee. Passed out 2 more times. She called 911. Transferred me back to heart surgery hospital. This is a very long explanation for what you were asking, but that night my heart rate hit 0. Fiance runs out into the hallways yelling to get people in there. I remember coming to, and there's a bunch of people in the room, and they are sticking big patches on my chest. I dunno, I'm going back to bed. Apparently the crash cart shocked me several times through the night. I specifically remember nothing. Like a dreamless sleep. I got a pacemaker the afternoon of the 28th. I'm just a broken person. I'm also on mobile, with one wrist in a post-surgery brace, so this has taken far too long for me to type up. Obligatory not me, but a woman I worked with died for a few minutes back in the 1980s during a routine surgery. She said that she was there only for a few moments, but it was a beautiful meadow full of wonderful light, warmth, and that all of her loved ones were around her, and it was just happiness. They told her she wasn't there to stay, and she wanted to stay desperately, despite having a young daughter back home, but they told her bye, and said they would see her again. We've all heard of accounts of things like this. I tend to disbelieve them, not because I'm not a believer in heaven, I'm a Christian, actually, but because most people I know who share stories like this are doing it for attention or for money. She was doing neither, and only told it because someone commented on how serene and calm she was on this one afternoon, that she received a phone call that her mother, from several states away, had just died. That was when she told us, as an explanation, that she knew her mom was in that meadow now. This was a tough old broad, and I say that with the greatest respect. Think a hardened 60-year-old woman who used to be military. Telling this story was the only time I ever heard her really show any emotion at all. She wasn't an overly religious person either, just very generally a Christian. This is Kentucky, so a lot of people are just generally Christian. But I walked away from that conversation with her firmly believing that she went to heaven or at least some sort of paradise limbo for a few minutes. There was just something in the way she told it that eliminated any doubt I could have had. I've relayed it to other people and gotten choked up just from remembering the awe and emotion in her voice as she described heaven. This is going to sound weird. I've never clinically died or anything like that, but I have had an experience where I questioned whether or not I was dead. My family and I were on vacation in Utah and we were playing golf. I had just graduated high school. A thunderstorm started, and I suggested we turn in. My family, because of a phase I went through in 3rd grade, where I was paranoid about thunderstorms, decides that my opinion is worthless and that there is absolutely no reason why swinging long metal objects in a thunderstorm should be a cause for concern. We pass an employee at the course and ask his opinion, and he tells us to keep playing. My mind does not change. Anyway, we keep playing, and we get to like the 14th hole or something. The storm has definitely gotten worse by this point. I reiterate that we should stop playing, but again, no one listens. All of a sudden, as I'm standing in the middle of the fairway, I hear an incredibly loud boom and crack, and in that instant I see nothing but blinding light in every direction surrounding me. My first thought is that I had been hit by a bolt of lightning, and as cliche as this is, my life flashed before my eyes. But not just the things that I had already experienced, I also thought about the things I never would get to experience. Then I felt slightly annoyed that my family hadn't listened to me. It's weird to think that all this can go through your head in a split second, but I don't know how else to explain it. But then the blinding light faded, and I saw an enormous number of those purple specks that you see after you look into the sun, to the point where it was disorienting. I noticed that I was still standing in the middle of the fairway. It was at this moment when I questioned whether or not I was dead or alive. I was pretty convinced I had been struck by lightning, but I realized that I hadn't felt any pain, and I wondered if that may have been because I was killed instantly. But then I began to wonder whether or not I was still alive. I looked down at my hands to see if they were scorched. They weren't. I then looked on the ground for my body, and I didn't see it. I reached out for my golf clubs to see if I could touch them, and I still could. But I still wasn't totally convinced. Finally I heard my mom yell my name, and that's when I realized she could still see me, so I must be alive. Apparently the lightning had just struck very close to us, close enough to have that effect. We turned in after that point, but the weirdest thing about the whole experience was that when I thought I might be dead, I wasn't really all that worried. I felt kind of okay with the idea. How I felt when I was trying to figure out whether I was alive or dead was more curious than concerned. I definitely don't want to die anytime soon. I'm 26 now and still have a lot of life left to live. But my reaction to this situation told me a lot about how I might react to death. I had periodic episodes of random fainting growing up and never thought too much of it because my mum had the same thing. Turns out it was an undiagnosed genetically inherited heart condition that can lead to episodes of aborted sudden cardiac death. Had a lot of incidents, but this one, before I was hospitalized and diagnosed and implanted with a pacemaker, was the only one I had such an experience before or since. Usually it's a nauseous feeling, then fuzziness and the knowledge I'm about to faint, then falling and then losing consciousness, and waking up from dream type imagery, usually in a bunch of pain from falling over. This time I clearly remember the fade to dreamy unconsciousness, then all the jumbled dream images and colors and sounds drained away like water in a bathtub, and left only whiteness. Not a bright white light or a tunnel or anything, just whiteness. Like a volume of infinite dimensions, uniformly but not blindingly lit in pure white. Timeless and total emptiness. There was no thought, no sense perception, no emotion and no sense of self. And yet consciousness persisted, without nothing to perceive, and no eye to perceive it. I wasn't there, but I remember it. I didn't have any feelings about it at the time, because there was no feeling and no me, but coming out of it back to consciousness there was no fear or anxiety or pain, except in my bumped head and some embarrassment for having caused all these obviously panicked faces around me. Apparently I was sheet white, not breathing, eyes open and completely unresponsive for a good 20-30 seconds. Didn't feel like that, but felt like it was both shorter and longer. More just that time wasn't really a neatly applicable concept here, so no description really fits. No tunnels or dead relatives or astral travels, but the experience of consciousness without subject or object was something that took many years to integrate, and now feels very profound and comforting. I don't know if this counts, but when I was 16 my family was on our yearly trip to the beach. This year the waves were bad, red flags were up and everything. My family is a family of swimmers, and we had swam out during red flags plenty of times before. This time however was different. My dad and I were out in the ocean. It wasn't too bad, but we could feel the undertow getting stronger, and decide to head back in. We turned around to head back, and the next thing I know I'm hit by a wave that pushed me forward, while the undertow pulled my feet out from under me. Every time I tried to come up I'd get a breath and another wave would hit me and send me back under. My dad had my hand, but he couldn't pull me up because the waves were hitting him too. I remember going back under and thinking, this is it. I'm going to die here. Instead of being afraid, this wave of peace came over me. It was the most peaceful moment I have ever experienced, and even though I knew I was about to die I didn't care. I just wanted to stay in that peaceful place. The next thing I know these huge hands that went from my upper rib cage to just above my hip bones picked me up out of the water, and I was able to breathe again. For the longest time I thought it was my father. It wasn't until I was retelling events a few months later that my dad told me he didn't grab me around my waist. He had been trying to pull me up by my hand, that he still had, but was unable to. Two things. 1. To this day I don't know whose hands those were, but I can describe them in perfect detail too. Part of me wishes they hadn't saved me, and I could go back to that peaceful place right before what I assume was my death. Not my story, but I knew a guy who was doing maintenance work underneath the Mack MH613 semi-truck. Something had gone wrong with the front axle. He had taken the front wheels off and had it on jack stands. His torso was positioned underneath the grill of the semi, his legs were sticking out the front. As he's working on the axle, one of the jack stands collapsed, causing the other to follow. Next thing he knows, 18,000 pounds has fallen on his stomach, trying to split him in half. He remembers instant acute pain, screaming, and the struggle to breathe. He claims that his vision had begun to fade, then his hearing, then paralysis washed over him. Shortly after all feeling had disappeared, he felt an almost floating sensation all around his body. As this sensation is happening, his hearing started to come back to him, but not fully. Everything sounded as if he was underwater. Then his eyes opened, and what he saw is hard for him to explain. The best way he described it is an out-of-body experience, as if his soul had left his body behind. He had his memories and recollection of recent events, but no emotion, no feeling of anything. My guess is that his consciousness had stayed behind in his body, for he was looking down at his own self, lying there motionless underneath the semi. To him, it wasn't weird, it wasn't anything. He just floated there, about 10 feet above the semi, observing the scene. He then saw two of his coworkers arrive to help. They jacked the front of the semi up and pulled him out. As soon as he saw his own face, he blacked out. Woke up a few days later restrained in a hospital bed, a breathing tube down his throat, and no feeling in his legs. He's amazed that he survived, and is now unfortunately paralyzed from the waist down, but as he puts it, at least it's not from the neck down. Mandatory not me but my dad. When my dad was young he was a troublemaker, at least in terms of always finding himself in the hospital for mishaps. Several hundred stitches in various places by his early teens, that sort of thing. We had lots of my grandma's letters to her relatives about all the various incidents he had gotten himself into. My grandparents lived in a house that was kind of at the bottom of a bowl between some hills in Dubuque, Iowa, and the road came to a T right in front of their house, with the house on the top end of the T and the roads going uphill in all directions. My dad was riding his bike down the long end of the T towards the house and wasn't able to stop in time before smashing into the side of a station wagon that was parked there. It had a luggage rack on the roof that was metal, and he flipped over / slid across the top, and some pokey bits of the metal caught in his skin and basically tore open his back as he went across, and then fell in the gravel on the other side. My grandma saw this happen out the front window of the house and called the ambulance and ran outside. When they arrived a few minutes later, and after checking him over and trying to help, they declared him dead. He was dead for a couple of minutes, if I recall the story correctly, but then suddenly came back. From what he remembers of the experience, he had the usual light you hear about a lot, and also a voice saying it wasn't his time yet. I have fun telling this story to new people when I say, get hired at a new job, and people want to know interesting facts. I always tell them I'm the son of a zombie, lol. I tried to commit suicide a few years ago. Combo of incredibly strong opiates, tranquilizers, sleeping pills, and a lot of whiskey. I was found unresponsive with no pulse and blue. No one knows how long it was, but the first thing I remember was coming to and my friend and mom were crying. The doctor was explaining the situation and how there would be brain damage if I was to ever wake up. There had also been a nurse named Beth who had repeatedly done something the doctor had told her not to. Not sure what it was anyway. I woke up and said, damn it Beth, get it together, you can't keep faking up like that. I'm not sure how to describe it, but it was just black. If you have ever blacked out from alcohol, that is like that to an extent. Time is really hard to gauge, you kind of know you're there, but not really sure where and why. Also, if you plan to commit suicide by odd, just know the pain you experience after waking up is insane. I had stage 4 kidney failure and my liver was 70% failed. I'd like to think I have a good tolerance to pain, but everything hurt, and there was nothing I could be given as it could possibly cause more damage. I spent the next week in ICU and 10 days in a mental health unit. For the most part I'm back to normal physically, but I dream about it a lot. So to recap, it was pretty much a blackout with a strange sense of pressure. It felt like being in a dog pile as a child. Something just hugged my entire body and that was it. Just nothingness. I'm glad I didn't die that day. I still think life is pretty meaningless, but I can still enjoy it sometimes. I guess knowing that eventually I'll go back to that long dark hug is enough for me. Obligatory not my story, but I have heard a very interesting story from a friend of my dad's. I've known this guy since I was a toddler. He's a very serious guy, English professor, and never seems facetious. It was a late night on a rafting trip and some wine was passed around, so he decided to tell me the story that his wife had told him. Basically, his wife had an undiagnosed disease which caused her to have massive brain bleeds at random times. At one point, she was put into a coma for somewhere around 180 days. I don't remember the exact count, I could be pretty far off. She initially had an impression of stillness, but gradually progressed to the sensation of being in a large group traveling somewhere. For a while, she just had a feeling of safety, like the group were her friends. She also knew that they were going somewhere important together. Eventually, one of the group members came up to her and explained that she had a choice. She could either continue with them to their destination, unspecified, or turn back and reunite with her family. She spent a lot of time thinking about it, but eventually decided to turn back, and then had the impression of being alone. I should note that her daughters would often come visit her while she was in the coma and tell her about their day or whatever was on their minds. During the time where she was on her own in the coma, she claims she could hear her daughters and this motivated her to come back. She eventually did wake up, clearly, as she told her husband this story, and has made a most lethal recovery. I honestly don't know what to think about it. It seems implausible to me, but I also know that the husband wasn't lying or intentionally exaggerating details when he relayed the story to me. I also highly doubt that she would lied to her husband. She's a very down-to-earth person and a close couple. The story seems pretty far-fetched to me, but I also think it's honest, so I don't really know what to make of it. I'm going to share my whole story as I feel that makes my answer more real. I battled extreme depression in my late teens and attempted suicide by overdosing on happy pills. I'm not sure the dosage, but I had 2 years worth ranging from 5 mg to 200 mg and I took them all at once. After about 15 minutes I started puking up my stomach lining until I drained my stomach of fluids. I chugged the 2 liters of water stored in my fridge to only puke it all up. Once I ran out of water I walked to the community bathroom of my college dorm. Along the way a resident assistant was unlocking a door for someone and asked me if I was sick, as I was still holding a plastic sack of vomit. I told him I was sick and that I had just attempted suicide. Paramedics arrived shortly after and rushed me to the local hospital. I was put on fourth, had a catheter inserted and chugged a cup of activated charcoal. I was awake for all of this, or so I think. Once I made it into the hospital bed I remember the hospital staff. I remember my parents and grandparents along with aunts and uncles showing up, along with some of my friends from college. I remember all of this linearly, with no gaps. However, I was told that shortly after my friends arrived I lost consciousness, started foaming at the mouth, full body convulsions and the like. Over the next 37 hours I never had to be resuscitated, but instruments said my heart stopped almost twice an hour for anywhere from 5 seconds to 10 seconds, never long enough for them to start resuscitation. There are no gaps in my memory, no spots missing or anything unaccounted for. I don't know how much of my own memory is real and what isn't. If I had to guess, my memory stopped recording when I passed out and restarted once I came to, making my memory seem seamless to me. The interactions I had that I remember most vividly was seeing the face of my mother and how broken she looked. I told her I was sorry, but I'm not sure if that was real, and I'll never ask. I'll never be able to come to terms with the guilt I feel for putting my family through that. When they wheeled me to the psych ward the nurse told me how far gone I was and that they told my parents I probably wasn't going to make it, and it was nothing short of a miracle I was alive. I don't know how much of that was truth, but it didn't make my own private guilt trip any better. Clinical death requires that a set of criteria be fulfilled, including absent pupillary responses, heart and breathing sounds, and pulse for a defined duration, cumulatively indicating that irreparable damage has been done to the brain and other organs, such that whomever fulfilled the criteria would never subsequently be able to regain basic independent cardiorespiratory function or consciousness, a prerequisite to being able to answer this question. Clinically dead is not the same as going into cardiorespiratory arrest, nor a coma. The key difference really boils down to the duration of inertia, lack of oxygen, the brain and other organs experience, and the subsequent prognosis, irreversibly dead versus temporarily without adequate physiological function to sustain consciousness life. As people tend to see the idea that they died and then came back as a positive, health professionals tend not to correct them. There's no real benefit in doing so. However, if you want to philosophize on this point, well, you can't, because being pedantic about clinical death means that without a Ouija board or a portal into the afterlife, none of these responses are valid. This distinction is important clinically, though. Otherwise, an awful lot of dead, but not dead people would be being mistakenly sent to the mortuary, and thus being effectively murdered by clinicians. TLDR, all the people responding were not clinically dead, by definition. Sorry to be a spoilsport. Reading all these stories reminded me of giving birth to my daughter. I never thought about it in this context, but so much happened afterward that I never gave much thought. It was an 8-month pregnancy full of complications. She was diagnosed with trisomy 18, a fatal form of autism. The survival rate, at best, ranges from a few hours to a week. I was also young, and it was my first pregnancy. I was terrified. I knew she wouldn't live, and I struggled with so many thoughts. Labor was the most pain I'd experienced in my life, and I was told that everyone in the hospital that night could hear my screams. There was a point during labor where I could feel myself slipping away. It was like I just gave up, and I felt this exhausting warmth come over me. I just wanted to sink into it. I heard alarms going off, and heard what sounded like a flurry of medical staff rushing into the room urgently, speaking in panicked voices. I was facing the lip of the hospital bed, but suddenly I could see my grandmother standing in a vibrant, colorful meadow. She looked happy. She had a little girl clutching her hand. Immediately afterward, I came to, and felt so much pain. My dad was clutching my hand, and whispering that I was going to be okay. He reassured me that I wasn't going anywhere. As expected, my daughter was stillborn. I was told I nearly died too. Sometimes it feels surreal, and I forget how close I was. Years later, I spoke to a shaman of sorts in my culture, and he did this meditation with me. Without telling him anything, he accurately guessed that the father's family had shiz against me. They sent, in very whitewashed terms, a curse that was meant to kill me, and it killed my daughter instead. When he asked if I almost died while in labor, chills ran down my spine. That's just weird to think about though. I don't necessarily believe in curses, nor do I follow my culture's beliefs, but I've had weird stuff happen ever since. Interesting story about Sam Kinison's death. Hope it's not too off topic, it's more of a pre-death experience. From Wikipedia. On Friday, April 10th, 1992, Kinison died at the age of 38 after his white 1989 Pontiac 20th anniversary Turbo Trans Am 21, better source needed, was struck head-on US Route 95. 4 miles, 6.4 kilometers, north of Interstate 40, and around 15 miles, 24 kilometers, northwest of Needles, California, by a pickup truck driven by 17-year-old Troy Pearson, who had been drinking alcohol. 22:23, the pickup truck crossed the center line of the roadway and went into Kinison's lane. At the time of the collision, Kinison was traveling to Laurelin, Nevada to perform at a sold-out show. 16 Kinison was found lying between the seats of his car at the scene of the collision. He was not killed instantly, according to his brother. 1. His brother and the others begged him to lie down, and he did with his best friend, Cole Labov, who had been in the following van, holding his head in his hands. Initially, Kinison appeared to have suffered no serious injuries, but within minutes he suddenly said to no one in particular, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Labov later said, it was as if he was having a conversation, talking to someone else, some unseen person. Then there was a pause, as if Kinison was listening to the other person speak. Then he asked, "But why?" And after another pause Labov heard him clearly say, "Okay, okay, okay." Labov said, the last "okay" was so soft and at peace. Whatever voice was talking to him gave him the right answer and he just relaxed with it. He said it so sweet, like he was talking to someone he loved. 24. Kinison then lost consciousness. Efforts to resuscitate him failed. Kinison died at the scene from internal injuries. An autopsy found that he had suffered numerous traumatic injuries, including a dislocated neck, a torn aorta, and torn blood vessels in his abdominal cavity, which caused his death within minutes of the collision. 25-26. Malika Sawiri, Kinison's wife, whom he had married 6 days earlier, was rendered unconscious by the collision, but survived the accident with a mild concussion. 27. I don't know if I was clinically dead by definition, but I've overdosed on heroin, and while it's happened about 7 times total, there were 2 instances in particular where I felt like I was truly experiencing a glimpse of death. The 2 times it happened were almost exact opposite experiences. The first overdose, I was leaving the dealer's house anxious to get my fix. As soon as I turned off his street, and just before pulling out of the neighborhood onto the main road, I pulled over on the side of the street and began to fix my shot of dope. I remember pressing the plunger down, slowly flooding heroin into my vein. I began getting tunnel vision as everything around my peripheral vision became black. I remember a bright light at the center of my vision that never quite went away completely. It just got smaller and smaller as blackness closed around it. It felt like I spent hours if not days, kinda trapped in that state. Whereas it only about 20 minutes IRL. I was unable to move, but also unable to think. I had somewhat of a concept of time, although it was way off. It like I was just existing. It was a very strange state of consciousness. I awoke as the circle exploded open, pushing back the darkness, and waking up in the back of an ambulance covered in glass, looking at some paramedics and angry looking cops standing outside the ambulance. The second experience was almost the exact opposite. I shot up the heroin in a Walmart parking lot, like any good addict should. I knew the shot was a little too big, but thought I could handle it. This time I was able to finish getting the needle out of my arm, and about 5 seconds later everything just went black. It wasn't a slow gradual fading away like the first time. It was just completely black, until I was given Narcan at the hospital. I have no recollection of ever overdosing, and had no concept of time or any kind of existence at all. I was like that 45 minutes was just removed from my life completely. It's like closed my eyes and opened them a half second later, finding myself in a different place and time. I've lost my father about 4 years ago. I was asleep when it happened. When they woke me up he was already being brought to life in the hospital about 100 meters from my house. He was going to work when started having some problems and he went into cardiac arrest for a few minutes, and they brought him back in his way to the hospital. He woke up smiling and feeling normal few minutes later. They didn't wake me up or tell me about it to not scare me, and this whole story happened as I was asleep. So I didn't get to say goodbye to him, and that never brought me closure about his departure. I've been living of the stories of the people who were next to him when he went in cardiac arrest. It was always weird for me until I started reading your posts. And this is his last interactions with relative present there. They kept talking to him, telling him to be more careful, to eat healthier, and asking him about how he felt and was feeling better. They say he didn't answer them at all. He was looking in the room, and it was clear he heard them, but he just didn't care enough to answer them. Until one relative looked at him and said, "Please, don't make us worry about you like this again." He looked at her straight in the eyes, and without breaking eye contact he said in the most serious voice ever, "My father is known to be not that serious, and he is a big joker. Don't worry about me, I will be fine." And she says he gave her a big confident smile, as if he knew something they didn't, and then he rested his head on the pillow, slowly closed his eyes but still smiling. Few seconds later he went into cardiac arrest and they couldn't bring him back this time. I guess he experienced death the first time, and learned it was not that scary. And learning that from you, it makes me feel better. Now I know he didn't really suffer, and he was truly accepting of his death. So thank you all for sharing your stories. It helps tremendously. Thank you, 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 thank you. Heroin overdose, twice. Blackness. Both my fiance and I have both had odds, and we were both very angry when they gave us Narcan to wake us up. I gave my fiance Narcan when she odd. Her lips started turning blue, and she got paler than I've ever seen someone get, so I freaked out, but I luckily had gotten Narcan from the needle exchange, and it saved her life. She was furious I stopped the high, and to this day, describes it as the most peaceful way to die. I agree. You just slip away into nothing. She stopped believing in God because of it. There was nothing, just a warmth and darkness. No thoughts, no anxiety, no depression, no physical or emotional pain, no hatred, no complicated feelings anymore. All gone. It's a quiet that you'll never understand until you experience it. I'm much less afraid to die because of it, but it scares me because I know exactly how to commit suicide the easiest way. If I ever get diagnosed with a degenerative condition, like Parkinson's disease or something like it, I have already made the decision to end it with heroin. I won't force my family to deal with that. It was nothing afterwards, and I was clinically dead, for sure. One of the times I was lucky to live, because I alone that time, and I got found by accident. It isn't painful, it is actually very peaceful. Non-existence is an odd concept, but it also means everything negative is gone too. It's a net 0 point. I don't fear actual death now, but I do fear the way I die. I don't want to die in an incredibly painful way or a way that fucks up my family. However, it's not like I wanted it. I like my life now. As a survivor, here's my honest and objective experience. I'm not one to sugarcoat, and I think that's a needed perspective. Sometimes I have been gone and come back a couple times due to a congenital heart defect and related strokes. I have no memory of the times I have been out. That part was nothingness, kind of like dreamless sleep. I do remember just before and after each time though. Heading into it, the fight to stay alive is painful and scary. Then suddenly your body sort of accepts it, and it's not anymore. Fading back into consciousness involved fuzzy/statusy light, sound, and colors, like a TV with no signal progressively coming into focus. Along with that came an overwhelming awareness of my own existence, a feeling of complete presence, along with thankfulness for that. Part of that feeling is still with me each day. I live very much in the moment, and to the fullest, as cliche as that sounds, after these experiences, because I don't know how long I have, but none of us do. Really point some background. I consider myself to be agnostic, so part of me fears that when it's over, it's over. At times, I really do wish I had strong faith in an afterlife, as a form of comfort at least. I get PTSD-like episodes once in a while, just as I'm about to fall asleep, because my brain thinks I'm dying again. My natural instinct is to scream in hopes someone hears/rescues me. I wake those around me. Sometimes I firmly believe part of the reason I'm still here is that I'm a bit of a control freak by nature, and I can't let go. I know I still have work to do with this life. TLDR. Divine moments of truth. Point: I have not been clinically dead and needed resuscitation or anything along those lines. However, I have experienced something that a high percentage of people have not, which is the chemical known as dimethyltryptamine DMT. DMT is a chemical known to be found in all living organisms. Some organisms have more than others, and is prevalent in humans mainly during sleep. That is the chemical that causes dreams to occur, and highly prevalent during near-death experiences. You can extract this chemical from certain plants that have a higher concentration than others. The most common method of consumption is by smoking it or vaporizing it, sometimes edible. Depending on the activation method, the extracted DMT induces a psychedelic state that has been known to induce what's called a state of ego death. During this time you experience a combination of all human emotions and concerns be stripped away from you. Following is a luxurious adventure that people refer to as breaking through into a world of geometry and otherworldly dimensions and visualizations. It has been known to humans, and from my own experience, that DMT is the closest thing to real death that we can experience in this realm and come back from. In my opinion is that if what I have experienced on DMT is what will happen to me after I die in this realm, I would be more than pleased to be there. I have been in a state where I completely feel like I have died. Otherworldly beings have and carried me through the doors to salvation, stripped away everything I am, everything I was, and everything I will be, but part of me was still there in some form or another. I have had the sensation of being ready to die and accepting my fate as it was in that divine moment of truth. The only reason I held myself back from letting this overpower me and take me away from this physical realm is my soul's state of completion on this earth, terror, and those around me who I would affect without being able to explain why I left them or could I. I came back to finish what I had started and spread the word of what I know now, to influence others, to not be afraid of death, to embrace and experience life in its fullest, and to be exactly who you want to be before your time here comes, because people neglect what we have here. 99% have no idea what life is. I believe that we do move on after life, and depending on the way that you experience it will determine what you experience when you reach the next level of existence. I had childhood asthma, pretty bad, obese, and really inactive. One day I had an fatal asthma attack at 8 years old, I think. Rushed to the clinic, then rushed to because I was beginning to pass out, and my heartbeat was dropping fast. I was being pushed on a wheelchair with either an oxygen tank or sleeping gas on my face to an ambulance, and I remember just constantly turning my head left and right, looking back and forth at my parents, the nurses, and doctor, solemnly yet manically confused. Each blink felt as if I had blacked out, woken up, with tunnel vision progressively getting smaller, and until I finally went under. Everything was muted at this point. I saw people's mouths moving, but didn't really hear anything. I feel like at the time I was just trying to figure out my situation, but also realizing and accepting this maybe last moment. A few hours later I wake up in a hospital room next to my mom, and I found out that I actually flatlined while I was in the ambulance, and I believe they used a defibrillator to restore my heartbeat. All I remembered after I blacked out and before I woke up was I can only describe as nothingness or blackness. It felt like my consciousness was just alone in the dark, not thinking, just existing. I didn't see in first person or see myself in third person. I just felt the awareness of loneliness and being in a black void. It was like being asleep. This happened when I was 15. I went to a party and my drink was spiked with some type of medication. Prescribed pilled, at least that's what I was told. A huge chunk of my memory is gone. My mom told me I had to be rushed to the hospital and be resuscitated twice. I can remember suddenly getting tired and falling asleep, and I could hear a lot of noise, just noise. My mom had told me I started convulsing, like strongly convulsing. At one point I was hallucinating hardcore, then she said I was acting normal and talking, then I started convulsing, and I'd flatlined. I was asleep for some time, then apparently I woke up, same deal happened. Then they put me to sleep while they flushed everything out of my system, I think. I know I was on life support. I even have the picture. My mom used to have a video of me looking half dead. She was recording and talking to me, and I was nodding and shaking my head. It was scary to watch. I don't remember any of this. However, one minute I was walking to the party with my cousin, next time in the hospital, my mom telling me I was there for pneumonia. But what I can say is I remember chest pains and being sleepy. None of it felt real. So, to me, I felt like I had just passed out. I'm doing much better now. Late to the party. Clinically dead? No. Near death from septic shock? Yes, I had a bad cyst on my lower back. It was near where a pilonidal cyst would be, but slightly to the left. I couldn't sit down, stand or lay down comfortably. They did a CT scan because they were afraid it was in my bones, but couldn't see anything. So they made an appointment for 5 days later to get it lanced. They gave me antibiotics and Vicodin for the pain. I didn't realize I was getting worse because of the painkillers. I started to feel chronically ill, weak, just always sick. I started throwing up tons of liquid, bile, that looked like green Powerade. The night before I got it lanced I remember projectile vomiting violently, water and more green liquid. When I finished throwing up I laid down to regain myself and got really tired. I said to myself, if I wasn't better before I woke up I'd go to the ER in the morning. You know, when you're about to fall asleep and you're perfectly relaxed? That's what it felt like. I was warm and comfortable for the first time in days. I fell asleep in under 30 seconds. I don't even think I cold made it to the hospital if I tried. How did I survive septic shock? I woke up to the smell rotting flesh. The cyst had somehow worked its way to the surface and finally burst, just in the nick of time. I felt infinitely better the second it started to drain. My fever broke the second the infection started leaving my body. Kind of related, I have a friend that was in a major car accident in high school with her boyfriend. He died on impact, and she was in a coma for about a week. While she was in her coma she remembers sitting on a bed talking with her boyfriend. The bed was surrounded by nothingness. No walls or floor. It was just bright white and kinda cloudy/foggy. She didn't know he was dead at the time because she wasn't conscious. At the end of their talk he told her that it wasn't her time and she needed to go back. Told her that her mom, stepdad, and others were waiting on her and she needed to go see them. Told her that he couldn't go with her and he loved her. Then she woke up from her coma. Everyone her boyfriend mentioned that was waiting on her was in the hospital room when she woke up. She asked where he was and that's when she learned he passed. 4 years later she would see him everywhere, her home, in the car, work, etc. She finally told him that it's okay to move on and hasn't seen him since. Another strange thing is ever since her coma she has been very sensitive to seeing and hearing spirits. I know she isn't full of shit because 1. She's not a liar, and 2, when we lived together there was an old man spirit that would walk through our house and do the same thing over and over, residual, and we both saw him do all the same things and both of our descriptions matched up exactly. Craziest story I've ever heard. I've never been clinically dead, but I had a pretty weird experience once. I was on a long run after a week of some already intense physical activity, and I just collapsed toward the end. I was dehydrated and technically had what the doctor classified as a heat stroke. Medical personnel got to me quick, literally within minutes. I felt okay in the ambulance, but knew it was about to get a lot worse. It did. I remember asking the EMT a ton of questions about my vitals, blood pressure, heart rate, etc. I started vomiting pretty bad and felt real shitty. I started to lose it, as in, it was hard to concentrate or pay attention to what was going on. When we got to the doctors and nurses were doing their thing, and one motherfucker kept asking me questions as it was hard for me to process them. They were simple questions, birthday, where I lived, etc. But every time he asked one I had to fight to comprehend and give a reply. Maybe took 10 to 15 seconds to answer a basic question, but as soon as I was done he'd fire off another one. Looking back, I'm sure he was just testing my responsiveness and making sure I was still in it. Eventually the questions stopped, and most the staff left as they completed their work. What I felt next is almost impossible to describe. Almost as if I was questioning my reality or connection with the universe. My mind felt like it was slipping out of its current form. I don't know how to put it into words other than that. I'm sure it was my insides reaching the edge of their limit just before my body could process the fluids being pumped in. My brain was cooking. I found out later that my temp had reached 107.4. I think about it every now and then. I think there's something past this life. There's another experience to be had after our bodies go. At least that's what I'd like to believe. In my misspent youth I was partying all night with a kid shooting speedball, cocaine, and heroin together, and did the last shot of coke. About 20 minutes later I decide to do a large shot of heroin to alleviate the come down from the coke. I put my gear away in my backpack and remember I was cross-legged on the floor and in the back of my head I'm thinking this kid is going to think I just fell out and I just fall over face first, like just bent in half. I can remember thinking he is going to freak out, like it was all a practical joke. He grabbed me and dragged me onto my back and was shaking me trying to wake me up. I remember laying there pretending I didn't know what was going on like it was a practical joke, but I was actually not in control of my body. I was watching myself from above a little bit, like 3 feet off the ground. My friend started getting upset, so I thought it was time to wake up. I didn't want to cause him all this discomfort and emotional pain because I was overdosing. That was when I realized I couldn't control my body. I couldn't tell him I was okay, that it was just a joke. Later looking back it seemed like I was playing a cruel joke, but I couldn't do anything, just watch. He dragged me onto the bed and laid me on my side. I wasn't worried at this point or upset, I just felt relaxed and safe and wanted to sleep, and then he got in the bed and laid down next to me. That's it. I wake up 6 hours later with the worst hangover I have ever had and threw up for the next 2 days, barely able to keep down any fluids, let alone food. I'm not a religious man, but I believe there is more to life than just us. I think I got close that day. I have now been clean for over half a decade. That wasn't the defining moment that changed my life, the kind that would make a good story, because I didn't change for another 5 or 6 years after that. Only overdosed the once, but I can't explain what happened that day, neither could the kid, my friend I was with. My appendix burst when I was 17, but I didn't go to the hospital until about 24 hours later. I had a 30-minute pain-free period after a couple days of agonizing pain, and then pain came back tenfold, which is apparently a sign that it burst. I was rushed into surgery. Fast forward 48 hours and I don't feel like myself at all. Something felt off, but I was so groggy I couldn't articulate it. I go to sleep, and I'm having vivid dreams. It felt so real while I was in them. I was in a field. It was a beautiful sunny day. The field has long grass and a lot of wildflowers. My uncle is walking towards me. He was my favorite person and had died of brain cancer a few years prior. He told me that he missed me and was so happy to see my face again. I had long blonde hair, about halfway down my back, and I remember it blowing in the breeze, and I had to brush it from my face and tuck it behind my ears. My uncle reached his hand out and said, "Come on, I want to show you something beautiful." I reached for his hand, and just as his fingertips brushed the palm of my hand, I was jolted awake by a heaviness on my chest. It was a nurse doing chest compressions. I was surrounded by people, and it was so loud. Turns out I was dead for approximately 7 minutes and I came back to life during a chest compression. The doctor who performed my surgery forgot to put a stomach pump in. The toxins from my burst appendix essentially sat in my stomach, causing an infection which in turn made my stomach swell to the point that it collapsed both of my lungs. I was so tired because I was running out of air and slowly dying. I ended up being in the hospital for nearly a month, most of that time in the ICU. I'm convinced that what happened with my uncle was the afterlife. That he met me there to take me to heaven or to help me pass into my next life, whatever it is that happens when we die. Even just typing this up and thinking about it, I can still feel the sensation of his fingertips on my palm. My heart was stopped during a very invasive open heart surgery to replace a valve with a synthetic one. They told me beforehand, around a few months before the surgery, that I was to have my heart stopped and technically die. It's subtly terrifying. I felt nothing and saw black. I felt like floating, I guess, sort of like if you were above your own physical body. I felt a sort of lack of attachment, if that makes any sense. It felt like a flash from the hospital bed and after surgery. It's hard now to recall most of what it felt like. Once I woke up, initially I had panicked horribly, as if I wasn't panicking enough before surgery. But I blacked out. Apparently after I woke up yet again, the doctors had told me of what had happened once out of surgery. I didn't even know I was awake and yelling at everyone to begin with. This shocked my entire family and my doctors as well as myself, as I was swearing everyone off for what had happened, the surgery and everything. Funny thinking about it now, but at the time I felt awful about it. The surgery went well. I can do things I never could do for almost 2 decades. I had the surgery when I was around 17. I'm turning 20 in some months now. But dying was mere black and a lack of feeling anything was horrid. It still is a bit weird to think about that whole death during surgery part. My rather massive scar still gives me a memory of the fact that, like a lot of things, I had to die first before I could live. And for that I feel grateful. TLDR, it faking sucked. Nothingness and painless, but terrifying as ever. But it was worth it. My heart was stopped during a very invasive open heart surgery to replace a valve with a synthetic one. They told me beforehand, around a few months before the surgery, that I was to have my heart stopped and technically die. It's subtly terrifying. I felt nothing and saw black. I felt like floating, I guess, sort of like if you were above your own physical body. I felt a sort of lack of attachment, if that makes any sense. It felt like a flash from the hospital bed and after surgery. It's hard now to recall most of what it felt like. Once I woke up, initially I had panicked horribly, as if I wasn't panicking enough before surgery. But I blacked out. Apparently after I woke up yet again, the doctors had told me of what had happened once out of surgery. I didn't even know I was awake and yelling at everyone to begin with. This shocked my entire family and my doctors as well as myself, as I was swearing everyone off for what had happened, the surgery and everything. Funny thinking about it now, but at the time I felt awful about it. The surgery went well. I can do things I never could do for almost 2 decades. I had the surgery when I was around 17. I'm turning 20 in some months now. But dying was mere black and a lack of feeling anything was horrid. It still is a bit weird to think about that whole death during surgery part. My rather massive scar still gives me a memory of the fact that, like a lot of things, I had to die first before I could live. And for that I feel grateful. TLDR, it faking sucked. Nothingness and painless, but terrifying as ever. But it was worth it. I have had 2 near-death experiences. First, I was almost beaten to death in a barroom assault. This was 5 years ago. I had the entirety of my face broken except my forehead. I remember nothing about nearly getting murdered. I only saw black. I have no memory of the assault and barely remember that night at all. 6 hours were entirely wiped from my memory because of traumatic amnesia, so it's best to describe the first experience only in neutral terms. I by no means lost hope, but it wasn't a definitive experience because I have no conscious memory for 6 hours of my life. So I could have had anything happen to me and I wouldn't know it. Second experience happened a year later and was far more definitive because I remember everything and was conscious the whole time. It has been hard to ignore as wishful thinking because it has been the most useful event in rebuilding my life. This was 4 years ago. I almost died when I was withdrawing from a series of opioids and morphine. I was nearer to death the second time, to be honest. About a week into the withdrawals, I was incredibly close to dying. In the middle of the night, when I was up vomiting violently, I encountered what I as a Christian can only describe as the ineffable presence of the Holy Spirit in my midst. I then felt the outstretched hand of God on my shoulder, and I felt comfort beyond description. I then saw a light that was beyond description in beauty and in the same geometrical pattern as Gustave Dor's rendering of Dante's beatific vision. I then heard the voice of the Holy Spirit tell me that I will wipe away your every tear. Before I was convinced that I was going to die alone and in disgrace. I literally made goodbye calls to friends. After I heard those words, I became convinced and have remained convinced that all the trauma I suffered was meant to make me complete and that I would be made whole by what had happened to me. My second NDE has been so difficult to dismiss because of the simplicity of the experience and how it has been a constant source of strength and comfort in the years since. Whenever I have become hopeless or have been overwhelmed by my traumatic past, I would tell myself of my ineffable encounter with God. Somehow just doing this has helped me rebuild my life and has given me hope that I can make something of myself. I overdosed a little over 2 years ago. My wife woke up because I had gurgling respirations. She tried to sternal rub me with all of her weight and I wouldn't wake up. She called 911 and my mom, she's a nurse, and lived right up the road. My mom beat the ambulance there and with all of her weight was able to get me to respond to a sternal rub. The medics showed up very shortly after and administered Narcan, which brought me back for a very brief time until I faded back out. I was in and out of respiratory arrest for the next half hour or so. I was at the hospital and was still going in and out. I went into cardiac arrest very briefly. They didn't even have time to change the pedals. Over the next couple of hours they had to keep re-administering Narcan until I was finally stable. Throughout the whole ordeal I remember a lot of what was happening around me, but it was like a dream. I didn't see a light, but I did see a lot of cherished memories. The whole thing was very surreal. Don't recommend it. I had a substance abuse problem at the time and told everyone it was an accidental overdose. It was a suicide attempt though. I have since told my wife what actually happened. I had taken over 200 Imodium, 4 Valium, some Benadryl and a cocktail of other things TLDR, took a bunch of pills, went in and out of respiratory arrest. Felt like a dream. Didn't see a light, but saw cherished memories. I had a very similar experience to what a lot of people explained here, a sort of peaceful, thoughtless, and feel less small black existence. I wasn't really aware of who I was, or where I was supposed to be. I just knew I was something that either existed or exists, but here's where my experiences differ from what seems to be the norm here. Getting to that state was pure hell for me. I was pretty new to weed and ate way too many edibles and smoked out of a bong that had oil thrown in. I got super dizzy and my head started pounding. I tried to remain conscious, but couldn't withstand this feeling I had. I remember falling to the ground and screaming at the top of my lungs. Those around me described the screams as the kind of screams you'd expect to hear from someone being skinned or burned alive. It only took a few seconds to sink into the state of black nothingness. However, to me it felt like I'd lived the screaming part in between for several lifetimes or even several eternities. It was the most unbearable mental pain I've ever felt. Eventually I wanted it to be over. I thought to myself, is this death? Am I dying? Just hurry up and get over with this. Later on I eventually convinced myself this was some sort of eternal suffering I was going to experience forever in some faked up twisted afterlife. I can't remember how many times my mind revolved through all these scary thoughts until I finally faded. To me, the fading felt like time was slowing back down from what I felt like was an eternity passing to zero. No time flow perception at all point. I don't remember how long I was in the nothingness either, but I do remember my sense of hearing came back first, because I heard people calling for me to wake up. Then they started grabbing me to try to pull me up on my feet, and then I was able to open my mind again. It's worth noting I purchased an Apple Watch a while after this, and was able to log this from another unsettling high I had, but it was infinitely less awful as the one I've described above, so I can't imagine what my heart rate fluctuation looked like on the first one. I've since quit weed. Every time I get high I eventually start thinking back to the time I thought I was dead, and so that one bad experience spoils all of them. Copying what I wrote in another post a while back about fear of death. Long read. I used to feel the same thing. When I was around 4 my father took me to a beach, and I got a crazy viral infection. Long story short, my heart stopped 3 times from a crazy seizure. The doctors were able to stabilize me, but were worried about brain damage, because the first time it happened I was comatose for about 8 minutes. Go past a few years. Probably when I was 9 to 10, I used to get these flashbacks that basically felt like the layers of my life being stripped away. Almost like an onion being peeled. First to go was my sight, then my hearing, then my thoughts, and last my emotions. I used to tell my parents and they didn't understand. Eventually, after it happened a few times, they decided to take me to a psychiatrist. That's when I learned of dissociative identity disorder. Basically I was having flashbacks of a traumatic experience. At the time my parents didn't put 2 and 2 together, that the flashbacks were related to me going comatose at such a young age. Flash forward to around 17 to 18, I got really interested in psychedelics. I used to smoke quite a bit of weed back then, but never touched any true psychedelic substances like shrooms or acid. I used to love listening to stories of trips. Thought I would scavenge YouTube for as many trip stories as I could. That's when I found this. The way this man explained his high-dose DMT trip was almost identical to the feeling that I used to feel when I was a kid. That's when I put 2 and 2 together. What I was experiencing was a flashback of me dying as DMT was released in my brain. Now I still don't know what happened after I lost my identity as I laid there dying, or do I know if what happens after death is what this man describes. All I know that those flashbacks, while terrifying while it's happening, once you completely disassociated, became the most peaceful experience that I have ever felt. If death is truly like that, I don't need to fear anything. TLDR, I died as a kid and had flashbacks. TLDR. Died when I was 3. Don't really remember that exact moment, but I had flashbacks later in life. Dying is pretty chill. In 2011 I had my tricuspid valve replaced, AMD lead wires for a defibrillator for fear and need. My heart stopped for 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Perhaps I was lost somewhere deep in my subconscious. Maybe something else. Not a super spiritual person, but I can tell you what happened to me was odd at the least. At least what happened when I was in recovery. I remember the nurses in or prep and my mom telling me everything was going to be okay. They gave me a shot of something in my thigh, told me to count backwards from 100, and the last thing I remember before surgery was the bed bouncing when they let the bed brakes off. The next thing I remembered was running. I don't remember starting to run. It's like I simply was. There was no start. I do not really know how to explain it. There were skinny trees everywhere, but they had leaves. It was daylight but not sunny, like an overcast day. I remember thinking how it felt, like I had been running for a long time, but was not out of breath. I just felt anxious and knew I had to keep running. There was a steep incline and I could see the top of trees to my right and the bottom of trees to my left, and realized the reason my footing kept getting messed up was because I was running adjacent on a hill, an extremely steep hill. I wanted to stop, but something in the back of my mind screamed that stopping wasn't an option. I started to notice flashes of color in the trees and realized people were everywhere around me, running. About 5 feet to my left was a large black man running. He looked at me and said, "She is gone." His face crumpled and he ugly crying, running neck and neck, but uphill of me. He was wearing a blue t-shirt, black athletic shorts, and black socks and shoes. I saw so many people, adults mainly, somewhat looked like maybe teenagers or races, and some of them would be running and lose their footing and fall. The trees to the right canopied what seemed like a bottomless pit. I couldn't see a forest ground, and when people fell they just disappeared into the treetops down the hill. I didn't feel like I was being chased or run faster or anything. I just knew I couldn't fall or walk. At some point I heard my mom and felt something warm and wet on my face. A nurse was wiping a cream they put over patients' eyes during surgery, and they were waking me to pull my respirator tube out because I could breathe on my own. I chalked it up to crazy drug-induced dreaming. I told mom about the crazy dream, but she was so excited I was alive I'm not sure she ever really heard me. Now, here is the weirdness. At 3 days before my DC date, a man was being pushed down the hall in a wheelchair, and with my door opened I would hear the man was being dragged home that day. I could see his ankles, even though he was wearing red sweatpants, and knew he was a black man. When the wheelchair wheeled past my room, the black lady pushing it, I remember she was wearing a really colorful orange dress with pretty designs all over it, stopped when she saw my mom and they were talking, but I was staring at the man. And he was staring right back at me. It was him. I could never forget his face, crying like a child while running through the trees. Neither one of us said anything. What do you say? Hey guy, didn't I see you crying and running in a freaking dream? I say nothing. He said nothing. He looked so sad. My mom was hugging the woman and the woman said something to me about feeling better. Him and I never said a word. Mom told me afterward the man came in the morning I went in for surgery. The man and his niece were in an accident when he was taking her to school that morning. The niece did not make it. My mom and the lady, who was the younger sister, not the child's mother, had been praying and getting coffees together since they shared loved ones in or recovery and had become friends. So there you have it. When I died, that's what I saw. That is what happened. You asked. Take it or leave it. I was 14 when I was at swim practice. Like always, 13 practices a week. Never knew I had a congenital heart disease, but during one practice I had started going into cardiac arrest in the middle of the pool. Although I remember fragments of the whole day, my coaches had told me I swam the most gutsiest I could from the middle of the pool to the wall. When they had asked me if I was alright, they had told me I was trying to make nothing of the situation and keep swimming. This was the same moment when I started sinking into the pool and a dryland coach had to pull me out. They performed CPR on me for at least 10 to 15 minutes, constantly going in and out of conscious, something like watching an exorcism. Don't remember what happened. This information was gathered by asking a lot of people what exactly had happened, since I did not know what was happening, but my body went into survival mode and did all it could. Luckily there were parents on the bleachers watching their kids swim that were a nurse, an actual doctor, and an emergency respondent. After the 6th shock from one of those crappy old defibrillator that you had to stick patches on the patient, I was stabilized. While being transported into a hospital via ambulance, it was the first time I actually gained conscious and knew what was going on. Basically knew that I was in an ambulance and thought to myself, what did you do this time? I could actually think, analyze and process what the fuck was happening. End of context. Woo. To answer your question, it was like smoking fat the day before and waking up feeling drained and hungover. There was this euphoric sensation, kind of like smoking weed and taking Adderall at the same time. All I can remember is waking up in an ambulance car with flashing red and blue, with my vision very blurry. I wore glasses, but felt like I could see better from my peripheral vision, rather than looking straight, and the cool air from the oxygen tubes going into my nose. People expect me to say I saw a superior power shining down on me waiting to take me into a better place, but I always respond it's like passing out from being crossed and waking up to the hangover the day after. I went back to sleep after that point. TLDR had cardiac arrest during swim practice. 10 to 15 minutes of CPR and 6 shocks from a defibrillator later. I woke up in an ambulance and felt like I just woke up from a hangover. Side note, swim club has now upgraded their defibrillators, haha. TLDR at the bottom. My story starts about 2 weeks before the incident. I was eating breakfast at the table when suddenly I came to on the floor. I was confused and my body had a fight or flight kind of reaction. My mind immediately thought I was knocked out somehow and would need to fight whoever it was that did it. What happened in reality, according to my wife, was that I just became unresponsive. My face went blank and I fell to the floor. Only 15 seconds or so elapsed before I came to. We were obviously concerned and went immediately to the emergency room. If I recall correctly, I had an electrocardiogram, and after some observation I believe their theory was a seizure, and scheduled me for a follow-up with a neurologist. After which they sent me home. A week or so later, I can't recall exactly. I went to sleep one evening. I believe it was a Tuesday, and in November 2013, I was 27 years old. Somewhere around 5 AM, I had a malignant arrhythmia and my heart stopped. My body somehow slumped out of bed limp, and it stirred my wife. She was 7 months pregnant and sleeping lightly. She assumed it was another seizure and called an ambulance. On the phone they asked her to check for breathing. I was not. Luckily we live close to a fire station that acted as first responders. I was then quickly transported to a close-by hospital. While on the way, I was resuscitated 7 times. I have no clue how long they worked in order to stabilize me. I awoke from a coma in mid-December. I don't have any memory of the incident. I only have my medical record and what my wife told me. Unfortunately, I don't have anything interesting to report to you related to my death experience. For me, there was nothing after death. Zero. Since this, I made a full recovery, left the hospital with a pacemaker as a precaution. I have never had any further heart incidents. It was an extremely difficult thing to get over mentally. Without warning, I went to sleep and then died. Try failing asleep after living through that. It's been almost 5 years since, and I think enough time has elapsed that I have fully gotten over the ordeal. TLDR, at 27, I went to bed and suffered a malignant arrhythmia during the night. I died and was resuscitated 7 times. I experienced absolutely nothing in death. It was void of anything. I've never really told this story to the world before, but here it goes. I have asthma. I broke up with girlfriend at the time and moved in with my grandmother for a while, working odd jobs, mostly delivery jobs. One morning I woke up with some trouble breathing. I used my inhaler and it didn't work. Puff after puff and nothing helped. I used my nebulizer, didn't work. I realized things wouldn't get better, so I told my grandmother to call 911. I kept using the nebulizer while waiting. After like 3 treatments my breathing only got worse. I tried keeping my cool, but panic started setting in. My grandfather yelled at me to try and breath some fresh air from out the window, so I ran over to the window, but the act was in it, and I couldn't just open it, especially because we were in the 4th floor of a building in the middle of Brooklyn. That act could have fell on someone, so I did what I thought at the time was a good idea and punched out the glass above the act. I still have a small scar on my pinky from the glass. Stuck my head out the shattered glass and tried breathing, but after a few seconds the reality of the situation started setting in. It was a big building with 2 sides. Police often get lost trying to find the right apartment, and I knew that the M's would also get lost in the building, thus lowering my chances of survival. I felt the encroaching darkness at the edge of my vision. I thought to myself, I'm going to pass out. I'd rather pass out in front of my building, because I would be easier to find. It's crazy how you can think of so many things in such a short time when you're in a panic. I thought about when I was about 13 to 14, a local, well-known lady of the night also passed out in front of my building, also with asthma. She was super nice, and I'd never heard anyone talk bad about her, and she died right in front of my building by asthma attack. I thought of my kids, growing up without a father. I had 2 boys at the time, a 3-year-old and a newborn. They're too young to remember me. I would just be stories to them. I made my way through my grandmother's apartment, and as I walked down the hall in her apartment towards the door, the darkness started taking over. It starts at the edge of your vision and slowly creeps center, and once the darkness covers everything completely, you're out. Nothingness. I would call it darkness, but it's more than that. It's nothing. No sight or sounds, no touch or taste, no thoughts or worries, just nothing. The one thing I can say for sure is that it was peaceful, and the only reason I know that is because when I woke up I felt my insides wet, my body aching, my throat sore. I felt my body again. I was in and out for about a day. I remember glimpses of people visiting me and bring me gifts, but nothing much. One thing I can say about death that I believe I know from experience is there's nothing to fear about it except the thought of it. When I was about 10 years old I suffered anaphylaxis due to an asthma medication. I technically died, but not sure for how long, and when finally intubated ended up in a coma for a week or so. I used to think I experienced an out-of-body moment, where I saw myself on the table. That I then floated through clouds and bright light, and heard voices telling me not yet and go back. However, gaining understanding on how our brain works leads me to think that was all fabricated. I can't be sure if that was really what I experienced, or just my brain filling in gaps based on priors to help cope. What I remember is the moments before and immediately waking. I was in the ambulance and knew shit was going south. I tried my hardest to hang on. Just keep your eyes open, I told myself as paramedics worked on me. I tried so hard and was so scared, but didn't have anything left to even feel fear or regret or acceptance. I was 10. I didn't even know what the hell to think. Like, rationally I didn't grasp that shit was about to end, but at the same time I could sense it was serious. But in the end it was like my body had enough, not even energy to care. I just faded off to nothingness. In a sense, I can relate to the peacefulness described, because I just couldn't fight anymore. Waking up I remember the bright faking lights of the ICU. My first words or thoughts were, why am I in a diaper? Because the first thing I felt was squishy in my ears. Serious, not troll response. I hadn't quite processed it all yet. It finally hit when I saw my mother. I'll never forget the happiness in my mother's face, the relief, and to this can't imagine what she went through. She never left the hospital, never left my bedside. Now I need to call my mom because I'm crying my eyeballs out. I think I was between 3 to 4 years old when the first time happened. My pediatrician kept writing me off as having a cold until I woke up gasping for air. I ended up having pneumonia and was hospitalized for it. They released me after a few days, but I ended up having to go back soon after because I was still sick. The medication they put me on was heavy and my body was rejecting it. I ended up getting colitis and becoming severely underweight. Doctors gave me something to harden up the stool sample, but somehow they lost it and couldn't do it again. I wasn't getting better and my pediatrician came in and injected my IV with penicillin, which I'm extremely allergic to. My veins rose to the surface and it was hard for me to stay awake and breath. I remember my parents freaking out, my mom grabbing the pediatrician by her coat and screaming at her. As I was blacking out it was kind of blissful and everything felt like a dream. My parents later told me that the doctors came in and said I had died, but my dad told them to keep trying. So the doctors went batshit crazy trying all these different drugs to try to get me up, which was classified as malpractice, until my dad shoved them away and tried administering CPR. I eventually woke up after being in a coma. We couldn't sue the pediatrician or hospital because they refused to give us my medical records and the pediatrician fled the country. Now the pediatrician is back and opened up her own facility across the street from that hospital. We now call the hospital the butcher shop. For the second time I don't know if I was pronounced clinically dead, but I was damn near close to it. I got attacked by a beefy pit bull when I was in high school, tore off chunks of my head and my ear. Like some redditors said above, it is like bliss when you realize and come to accept that hey, maybe you're about to die. I remember watching my own blood hit the pavement and I stopped screaming. It's like everything was in slow motion. I couldn't hear anything and then I blacked out. I don't know how long I was out, but I eventually jolted up after being splashed with cold water and given smelling salts. though when I woke back up I guess I had forgotten I was attacked and just looked around wondering where my dog was, and then I looked down and saw flesh and blood all over me and the sidewalk. I started shaking pretty bad and reached up because I felt warmth on my neck, but kinda stopped after I felt squishy liquid warmth and gaps in my skin. I just handed some stranger my phone and told her to call my mom's number and the contact. I think I blacked out again because when I woke up I was being shocked in an ambulance and given oxygen. I remember about a week after, when I was given my phone back it said I had a voicemail or a recorded message, and that was probably the most spine-chilling thing I heard in my life, was hearing myself screaming bloody murder in the background while the stranger tried to explain to my sobbing mother that I was attacked. This may be off topic, in which case mods can delete it, cause I was never actually clinically dead in a verifiable fashion. Point, I was drinking with a bunch of friends, and I drank like a whole lot more than I should have, the usual, but I kept on going, was going through a bad time. I went to the bathroom, and apparently blacked out for quite a while inside, and I distinctly remember the ground feeling so nice. Still not sure if it's related, but here it goes. At one particular point I won't forget, I felt as if I had stopped being drunk. I was unable to see anything, and it felt quite peaceful. No sounds, no stimuli, just very still. Then I felt some serious jolting and pain in my stomach, and I came to on the couch, where my friends had told me they found me, and moved me to the couch, where they checked my breathing, and freaked out because, according to them, I had stopped breathing and they didn't know how long I had spent like that, so they started hitting my stomach to see if I would get sick and come back on, which I did. They said I must have not breathed for a while, but they were obviously also drinking, so I don't know if it was a near-death experience or whatever, or if I even truly stopped breathing instead of just drunkenly passing out and breathing imperceptibly, but whenever I hear these stories about people dying and feeling so peaceful and stuff, I really do relate, so maybe something like that did happen to me. Or I was just super drunk and imagining something similar to LDR may have died or been close to death once, but cannot confirm. When I was 18 my pre-existing heart condition haywired and I ended up flatlining. All I remember is everything got extremely bright. The brightest white I ever seen, but it wasn't hurting to look at, it was just bright. I could hear the paramedics yelling and the heart monitor flatline. It was odd, honestly. I could hear them all talking about me and saying that I need to be shocked. But I eventually stopped listening because I realized just how peaceful I suddenly felt. I can't explain it. It was like absolute nirvana. It was the most amazing feeling. And then I told myself, wait, I'm dead. And I remember thinking, dead? But I'm 18. I haven't even lived. This isn't right. And then in my mind I started telling myself to breathe. I don't know why, but I was determined to make myself breathe again, because I didn't want to die yet. I guess my mind won that battle, because out of nowhere I somehow managed to force my body to take a deep breath. I remember how painful it was. Felt like I inhaled burning hot air. I heard the monitor beep, and I passed out. Woke up in the air and the paramedics came back asking me how I did that, because they were seconds away from shocking me, and I brought myself back. I never really understood what it meant when people say fight to be alive when you're ill, and I guess I now get it. It's a mental thing, and I got lucky. The thing is, everyone always expects to hear how this was a life-changing experience for me and all that, but it wasn't. It just went down in my life history as another faked up thing that happened, and more often than not I don't like talking about it. It terrifies me to tell too many people about this experience on the off chance that they might be depressed and have suicidal thoughts. I don't know why, but that's always been my number one concern. And I'm still afraid of death. Actually have terrible PTSD because of this incident. I was stabbed with a knife during an altercation with a friend over a girl. The blade was 6 inches and went in next to my kidney. All I felt was a little pinch, and then I went down. The blade wasn't sharpened well enough for a clean entry or exit, so when he pulled it out, it tore through the muscle and nerves in my side. I couldn't feel because of the severed nerve endings, so I looked down, and my leg was covered in bright red. My friend was gone, and I knew I was in a bad place because I was alone and scared and could feel myself going into shock and getting tunnel vision. My arms were also soaked from all the blood loss. While holding my side, I managed to slip my phone into my hands from my back pocket, and that took a lot of energy out, so I could only unlock my phone, hit emergency and confirm the call. I only remember that I fell down, feeling relieved I wasn't completely useless. Then I felt nothing. I could think and hear but couldn't see. My brain was using my last bits of energy to my other senses. I could only hear them as they entered the house and shined a light at me, and then it was cold and pitch dark, and not like the way you see lights when you close your eyes, but just Vanda black and nothing but weird sounds. Scraping, clanging, whistling. I later learned that the EMT whistled at me to try to get me to regain consciousness. I faded into an ocean of calm and quiet after that. The sound cut out like a stereo unplugged from the wall. I woke up in a bed 14 hours later. I can't help but wonder if it depends on what got you there and your state of mind leading up to it. Were you suddenly thrown into it via accident, or did you suffer? Did you or drown? I had an emergency surgery for ovarian torsion this July. In the PACU after surgery I was bleeding out due to injuries incurred in the OR. I slowly started feeling more intense pain and swore out loud that I was dying. After a few minutes of my feeling of impending doom, my BP was 60/30 and my heart rate was in the 130s. One of the last things I remember is my fourth blowing and 2 people frantically trying to place new ones for a blood transfusion and fluid/meds while rushing me back into the OR. All I could think about was my mom in the next room, whom I was visiting from out of state. I started begging for someone to pray with me. I'm not religious. Right before I passed out, they told me I had critical lab values, and then it all went dark. I was in a state of sheer panic when I faded. What came next is indescribable, but I've tried in therapy, and for my loved ones as well as my surgical team in the PACU the second time around. I left my body, but I didn't see light. I ceased to exist, but was aware of that. I could tell I was nowhere. I could feel that I felt nothing. It makes no sense. Almost as though I floated around in purgatory. It felt like an eternity and a moment at once. I found out, after waking, that after they administered the anesthesia my blood pressure wasn't readable for a minute or so. The only reason I was back breathing was the fact that I was intubated. They bloodied and fattened my lip getting the tube down the second time. I'd lost 2 liters of blood and my entire abdomen had to be suctioned before they could start repairing the 2 puncture wounds to my small bowel mesentery. While I was in the void as my therapist named it, I knew what was happening. I knew I'd lost blood, needed more, that I was dying. Then I was slammed back into my body, painfully and full forced. I woke up crying in pain. I knew I'd died. They explained to me what had happened, but I didn't need to hear it. I've had issues since. Every time I drift off to sleep, the moment I almost let go I jerk awake. That feeling of falling, I'm convinced I'm dying every time. It's really faked me up. I used to welcome the idea of death and now I walk around petrified that my last moment is now, and it'll hurt like hell. I'm hoping to get past this. I don't like sharing this when so many other stories give hope to those who've lost loved ones. I truly pray that all whom I've lost didn't experience this in their deaths. It sucked. Edit. After reading another comment, I realize that I can't tell mentally between the feeling of drifting to sleep and the feeling of drifting into death. That's what was so terrifying. Not clinically dead. Just NDE, where I felt my heart stopped, and then I opened my eyes and everything I saw was different. The sound of my heart being alive again was hammering so loud. The sounds of everything outside the room was banging loud in my eardrums. The lights were brighter than I saw minutes before, and every single thing moved so slow I could almost see them halted in the air. Then I went out, and voices from people conversing in a neighbor house around 100 meters away from me who were doing some handyman jobs. Cutting a tile was as clear as if they were sitting in the next room as me. I walked towards the pedestrian walk near a river, and they were smiling at me with knowing smiles. I went to a river just around the corner, and I saw the water moves faster than I used to know. There was an island on the river. It's a small isolated island. When I saw it, it felt like a picture that you usually see on a theater background. I went back home, and the people I passed by were all looking at me with the same weird knowing smiles. Some of them were blanketed in a greyish film around them. Some were clad in very bright colors that lights were glinting around them. There was a lot other experiences following that. For about 3 months, I decided to move to a different country, and every sensation that happened dissipated fast. Sometimes I still see in tunnel vision when I'm driving and felt I was not there in my body, but it's very rare now. I have a heart condition that causes irregular rhythms. The rhythms are non-sustainable and provide very little blood flow, while also overexerting the heart muscles anyway, to the point. A few years back I was in my basement working on stuff late at night. All of a sudden my heart starts going on its shitstorm again. Almost always the rhythm breaks itself. So I just sit down and plan to wait it out. After about a half hour, which is way long, I'm getting lightheaded, and I know this time is different. My idiot has left my phone upstairs, so no calling for help. I can't climb the stairs because I don't have enough strength to stand, much less walk. So I stay in my chair. I get the idea to build a defibrillator out of the contents of my desk. I had done this before while camping, so I knew roughly what I needed to do. Take all the batteries I could find, wire them in series with a big capacitor, and finally to plug that sheet into me using thumbtacks. Well, I failed. Not much of a shock, and it didn't break the rhythm. I found out later that I had a bunch of dead 9 volts in my drawer, which obviously caused problems. But anyway, the result of me efforts was a zero sum. The rhythm got worse and green fuzz shrank down my vision till it was gone, and then my racing, non-effective heart gave up. I felt warm, and I felt sad. I could only think about how it was going to crush my dog, to find me motionless slumped over in my desk chair. No bright lights, no voices of dead family, just warm and sad. And dark green, if that helps. Not sure how long I was out for. I talked with my cardiologist, and they said I got lucky that my heart switched itself back on after tiring itself out, and that I shouldn't rely on that happening again. Since then I have been cleared of cardiac problems and no longer need to see a cardiologist. I visited one every 6 months for 12 years, but to simplify, I felt warm, sad, and everything was dark green. It was a very minor surgery, and I didn't actually die. But I experienced something close to what these other people saw, and looking back on it, I cold been close. I was getting some kind of anesthesia, breathing it in, before the surgery. Not quite sure what it was, but it was for a dental implant. They came in about 4 times while I was getting doped up, and I'm assuming they turned it up a good amount. Once everything begins, I was still conscious and was trying to breathe manually because my breaths were very deep, and I felt this panic in between breaths, almost like when you wait too long to breathe. After a while of this, and a little back and forth with the dental surgeon, probably a word for this, it feels like time speeds up, and the beeping of my heart rate monitor starts a kind of rhythm sped up. At this point, I'm not focused on the surgery or anything at all, only that I was trying to wiggle my fingers, and I could, but didn't want to try to move anything else as to not freak out the people there. I see at the edge of my vision some kind of closure, and my eyes can only focus on one light above me, and I hear a wind noise. Over time the tunnel takes up more and more of my vision. Time speeds up more, and the noise gets louder. This goes on until I can't really focus on anything, and the noise becomes unbearable. I kept asking myself if I was dying, and was panicked, but my body was perfectly calm. Right as I feel like the end is near, I fade back in, and they need me to get up, so they can do an X-ray, I'm guessing to make sure the implant is in right. That's done, and I lay back down for them to close me up, and things are mostly normal from that point to the end. Sorry if this wasn't the death experience, but it was very scary at the time, and I haven't really told anyone about this experience before. TLDR, tunnel vision. The tunnel kinda looked like when you don't have the right textures in GMOD, and your vision overlaps itself. Roaring wind noise, and immobility. Scary stuff. I just realized I was super late to this thread and that almost no one is going to see this. Was dead for 3.5 minutes after I was intentionally overdosed by a nurse who withheld my every 3-hour pain meds, then pushed both doses, 6 milligrams of Ivdalordid, at once, citing this ought to shut you up. Apparently my pain and complaining from intestinal tears and bleeding was irritating her. My heart stopped. I recall feeling a warm sensation wash over me as I, in retrospect, overdosed. I could hear the beeping and I saw the nurse dart from my room as my eyes rolled back. I remember hearing she's not breathing and I remember thinking who's not breathing? That's not good. And just as I was thinking oh fuck, I think she means me, I was out. It was as out of body an experience as one could have. I felt like I watched it happen from the doorway. The next thing I knew, I was ice cold, bathed in sweat, intubated, waking up, thanks to Narcan in mind-blowing pain, because hello no pain control, and I feel like I laid in an ICU bed alone for what felt like 3 days. I later found out it was about 9 hours, but I'm sure I wasn't alone the whole time. But it felt that way. At some point they sedated me and removed the tube from my throat. I don't recall. I had no pain relief at all, and I was writhing in pain for what felt like forever. No, I did not sue before everyone asks. I was in the hospital for nearly 7 weeks and had no family within 1100 miles. By the time I got out, I was still very sick and dealing with the Crohn's issues. By the time I was finally well, I had to work my ass off, as I was a new police officer and I burned all my time off plus a lot of donated time. I never did get the chance to go after the hospital, but I was told that the nurse was fired from someone who knew me back then and is friends with me on Facebook now. He said the hospital swept the incident under the rug, and if you look at my records, she clearly documents giving me the meds on time, which she absolutely didn't. I was keeping track of all my meds and the times, because I always do that in the hospital for my own safety. She absolutely lied and tried to kill me, and she more or less got away with it. All because I was an annoying little whiny white girl, her words the day before she tried to kill me. I'm still reading through the comments and not sure if anyone experienced something similar. I'm pretty sure I on acid. Later on we thought it was laced with strychnine. I took around 6 full tabs. My first time. Trying to be cool. Lol. My friend said I sat on his bed and stared at the wall for 4 hours. I didn't move. Didn't react to anything. All I remember was that I could not remember my name. I remember floating and going back in tone, where I saw the pyramids. I then remember the world started spinning faster and faster. I felt myself moving, and I heard sirens. I thought I was in an ambulance or helicopter. Then, here is a cliche, I felt myself moving toward this really bright light point. I remember clenching every muscle trying to block out the light. It was so bright. And I felt myself moving closer and closer to it. I thought I was in the hospital and being wheeled into an operating room with the light hanging down. I could not remember my name. I could not remember the year. I could not remember anything, and I started getting angry. But the light got brighter and brighter, and I just heard a voice. It simply said back quote, "It's not your time." And then bam, I woke up. Completely fine. My friend went back to Christianity that night. I'm not religious. I'm not sure what happened. I know people will call bullshit. But when the voice spoke, it felt like every single cell in my body felt a voice vibration. There was no residual visuals or trip. I was completely fine. Nothing but it was also calm. My mind. I know I was thinking that, oh, so this is what death is like. Not that bad. Technically I didn't die, but I passed out, and what I experienced really freaked me out. Apparently I was severely dehydrated, so that's what caused it in the first place. When it happened I was standing at my door talking to my landlord, and I remember thinking her words were starting to sound muffled, and I had the strongest urge to sit down. Last thing I remember is backing up to try and sit on the floor, and then about 30 seconds later, from what I was told, I woke up to my mom standing over me screaming at me to wake up, my sister pacing back and forth on the phone to 911, and possibly the saddest sight was looking over and seeing my baby niece in her playpen, not too far from me, crying heavily and looking at me. She looked so confused and scared. My head was killing me too, because my sister, who saw it happen, said I just dropped straight back and slammed my head on our concrete floor. My mom said she was freaked out more because my eyes were open. So I looked even more dead. Ambulance came and took me to the hospital and they put me on and forth to get me hydrated. After one bag they asked me if I could sit up. I did and for about 5 seconds I felt normal, but then that's when the faking scariest feeling went over me. Suddenly my vision started to fade and my hearing was fading. I panicked so hard that my heart literally felt like it was going to burst. My body and mind sort of separated, and for some reason I was trying to jump out of the bed to run away from the threat. I started crying and saying my heart feels like it's going to blow up. Mommy, I can't see. I was 22 when this happened, and I don't call my mom mommy, but apparently I was so scared and panicked I reverted back to a child. It wasn't till an EMT sorta slammed me back down that my vision and everything went back to normal. I have never felt that level of fear ever. Never felt so much adrenaline that my heart was about to burst. All I could think of after is I really hope that's not how it feels like when you die. To my knowledge, I never flatlined, but I easily could have. I was in a car accident and broke 11 bones, left femur, left patella, right radius, both my collarbones, 3 ribs on my right side and 3 ribs on my left side. Honestly, I don't know how I got out of that wreck without a serious brain or spinal injury, and it also doesn't make much sense that I shattered both my collarbones. I hit my head hard and maybe the shock absorbed into them. Anyways, one of the ribs on my right side punctured and collapsed my right lung. I'm lucky that the same didn't happen to my left lung, as it alone is what kept me alive. I remember coming conscious for a second after the wreck while I was still trapped in the car. There was a man's voice, I think a paramedic, talking to me, but I don't know if he was trying to give me instructions or just keeping my brain busy so I wouldn't go unconscious again. I planted my right hand down on the seat next to me to try to move and felt a sharp pain. During this time awake, all I remember seeing is the orange light from the street lamps in my hand being broken and pointing the wrong way. Everything went black after that until I came to in the emergency room. I do remember bright lights and voices between that and waking up, but I'm pretty sure that was inside the ambulance. The side of me that sympathizes with Hap's search for an understanding of what's on the other side wishes I could have gone there, but I also realize that if I would have, maybe I wouldn't have come back. Anybody in a similar boat? By the way, this happened just over a year ago. Did you know that being clinically dead and brain dead are different? Clinically dead people still have a fully functioning brain, which went starved of oxygen. Clinical death / no PULSE equals no oxygen. The brain does a few different things, but not necessarily all of them. The brain being starved of oxygen tends to do some pretty freaky shit before shutdown. Most notably is hypervivid hallucination. This comes in the form of traveling, or scenes playing out. Sometimes as the memory banks of the brain fire off, you will relive moments in life. A lot of times people report an out-of-body experience, as if on Earth, or a lot of times they will be escaping some sort of blackness, studying death and analyzing brain patterns during death. They believe this black light might come from the brain center that controls the eyes coming back on and processing the newly rebooted receptors as bright white light. Some pretty heavy-hitting chemicals are produced by the brain when dying, including a hyperpotent chemical known as DMT, which is likely the cause of the hallucinations that people experience. The brain records this all down as you yourself are not actually dead. You just have no pulse, which is why people actually remember this stuff. Disclaimer: this is not meant to devalue spiritualism. It is just simply observations and recordings conducted on death. I personally believe no one has experienced true death and what happens after if they have not been rendered brain dead. My late ex described died, was alive for several years after the fact, and then died again. Permanently. He described his first experience with death as this indescribable complete comfort. Everything was fine, nothing mattered, just a totally unproblematic existence. He didn't mention light or dark, or seeing relatives or hearing angels or anything, but just like for once absolutely everything was okay. He was incapable of pain, and had no reason to be pained anyways. I died briefly a year after he did, overdose. I remember kneeling over the toilet. One of my friends had a hand on my back, and a hand in my mouth trying to make me vomit. I was mentally aware that I should be terrified, but I wasn't scared yet. I wanted to tell her what I took, why I kept seizing, but I realized I couldn't move my mouth, or my arms or legs. I was just slumped over the toilet with my eyes open and her hand in my mouth. I started to fade. Like when you're at the beach up to your hips in water. You can feel the next wave, the one you can't see yet, and it is pulling you away from where you are. You aren't moving, your feet are rooted into the sand, but all the same it feels as though you're being dragged out to sea. I was being pulled by this undertow, and for a second, I remember wanting my mom, and then there was absolutely nothing. The pull stopped, the scared stopped. Like in one moment I was there, and in another moment I was in this absolute void. I could have been there for years, or milliseconds. There isn't time in the nothing. Apparently I woke up late the next day. I don't remember. This happened on a Thursday. My next clear memory is standing in the midst of my own bedroom with a hospital bracelet on Sunday evening. That was when I got scared. I'm more worried about the pain I may cause, and the people I'll leave behind when I die, but as far as actually dying, it was fine, and being dead was actually very soothing. At the age of 15 one night, I went out with my cousin and friends out in Mexico. I remember not wanting to drink beer, so I decided to buy 7 Monster Energy drinks. I know that was stupid, so as the night continues, I drank 5 Monsters so far, and I felt like I was about to crash, so we decided to go home. As soon as I get I'm obviously not sleepy yet, and I just laid in bed with my eyes wide open. Throughout the course of the night I constantly went to go urinate, and my pee was literally the same color of the monster. I tried going #2 and I couldn't. I felt like I was going to puke but I couldn't. I felt so shitty that I wanted to stay laying down on the bathroom floor. I got tired of trying to sleep on the floor, so I went to bed. I don't know how long I laid there for, but out of nowhere I remember just being in total darkness. I didn't feel scared. I was just calm walking around in the darkness, honestly not thinking of much, or even really knowing what was going on. I don't remember being pulled back into my body. All I can remember was when I did wake back up, it was already morning so the sunlight was coming in through the windows. All I could see was my vision coming back to me, and I started to make out the roof. I was only 15 at the time, so I wasn't really aware of what happened up until a couple years back. I wasn't clinically dead or pronounced dead, but I know for a fact that my soul was not in my body that night. And all I could say is that it's honestly not as bad as everyone thinks it is. I have a lot of friends on here, so using a throwaway, because this is too personal, and I've never shared this with anyone. I was in a terrible car accident. Not my fault, the other driver was drunk. I suffered significant blood loss and was clinically dead twice and then revived twice. Here's what I remember. I was outside my car, on my back, and then sat up and began to survey the scene. I then stood up and began to walk away from the accident. As I got some distance away I looked back and saw my body still strapped into the driver's seat, hanging upside down, which is what really happened in real life. There was this intense confusion and a strong desire to keep moving. After looking at myself hanging upside down, covered in blood, I wanted to run, but as I attempted to move I was no longer able to control my body, soul. Something was pulling me down. My feet felt like lead, and I began to feel like I was moving downward or even sinking, and then I felt the heat point. I was burning, and there was an endless pain worse than anything I could have ever remembered experiencing in life. Along with this complete and total fear, or perhaps best described as terror, I heard howling and screaming. Perhaps some of it was my own. I clawed to try and move upwards, but was initially unsuccessful. In my panic I finally looked straight upward and saw a tiny pinprick of light and felt this overwhelming desire to reach it. After some time I felt a force pull me towards the tiny light, but not into it. I didn't feel the heat any longer and floated in a dark void for what felt like weeks. While others have mentioned they felt at peace, I felt nothing but terror, fear, and a desire to run. I'd do anything to keep from sinking back down into the heat. I was unconscious for nearly 4 days and woke up at the hospital screaming. The fear I experienced while dead hadn't abated at all. The most important part of this story is this: I was a bad person up until this point in life. My upbringing was violent and abusive, and while not an excuse for the terrible things I've done, it was one of the reasons I become the man I did. Until the accident, I had committed many inhumane acts of violence that I deeply regret now, and even spent a few years inside because of my poor choices. As soon as I could finally leave the hospital, I converted to Islam. Why I chose that religion I cannot say. It wasn't a logical or calculated choice in any way. There was just this intense pull towards this particular religion, and it was the same pull I felt from the pinpoint of light that drew me from the depths while I was dead. I really cannot explain it or comprehend what happened and why. I'll say this, the terror that cut to my bones that I experienced while dead and during my time in the hospital subsided as soon as I stepped foot in my first mosque.